I'm going to call to order this meeting of the Board of Supervisors of Monterey County for March 18th. Let the record reflect that 4 members of this board, excluding Supervisor Alejo at this point, are present. He will join us shortly. As part of that, I'm going to see if there's any additions or corrections to our closed session by County Council.
No additions or corrections, Chair.
All right, this morning we have closed session A through D. Is there a member of the public who wishes to pull an item from our closed session agenda for comment this morning? I see nobody in chambers. I see nobody via Zoom, so we'll close that and go ahead and recess this board to closed session. And at this point, I'm going to open the Board of Supervisors of the Monterey County Water Resource Agency agenda up. Once again, let the record reflect that 4 members of this board are present, with Supervisor Alejo joining us shortly. And I'll turn to see if we have any additions or corrections.
No additions or corrections.
With that, we have 1 item or 2 items on consent this morning, A and B. Is there a member of the public who wishes to comment on this closed session agenda? Seeing nobody in room, no hands up going up via Zoom, we'll recess the Water Resource Agency Board of Supervisors as well to closed session. We'll reconvene both here in the chambers at 10:30 a.m. Thank you, everybody. Everybody, we're going to reconvene this meeting of the Board of Supervisors coming out of closed session. Let the record reflect that all members of the board are present. At this time, we're going to do the Pledge of Allegiance, and I'm looking to the back of the room. I say, Deborah McElhaney-Dotson, do you mind coming forward and leading us in the pledge? I told you I'm going to put you on the spot today. It starts here. Please, come forward.
You know you're in trouble, right?
Starts with I pledge.
Okay. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Yeah, that's it. I'm already in trouble. Might as well start the day off right. With that, I'm going to turn and see if we have any additions or corrections to this morning's agenda.
We do. For item number 44 under consent calendar for Natividad Medical Center, a revised board report was received.
Okay. We're going to proceed. Now we've got our ceremonial resolutions. Is there a member of the public who wishes to pull an item from our ceremonial resolutions for alternative action or comment? Hearing none, I'll bring it back to the board. Got a motion from Alejo. Say that again.
There's a couple hands raised, sorry.
Okay. So again, I'm going to go to folks on Zoom for public comment on our ceremonial resolutions.
Phone number ending in 902.
902.
Yes, this is Nina Beatty. I'd like to comment on the resolution regarding environmental health. The environmental disaster in Monterey County with the Moss Landing battery storage fire has made people sick and is being downplayed as not harmful. On issue after issue, the County of Monterey does not acknowledge the importance of maintaining a clean, safe, and healthy environment and does not hire qualified environmental health professionals or allow them to protect and promote the health of individuals, families, and communities within the County of Monterey. The people of Monterey County need action, not a self-congratulatory resolution. At this point, County Health, Environmental Health, and EPA are deferring to a company with conflict of interest and a long history of supporting industry. And does the county even own a hydrogen fluoride monitor yet? Environmental health is a critical issue not being addressed in other parts of the state as well. It's not just restaurant inspections. Humboldt County residents with cancer and dying due to radioactive contamination from the PG&E nuclear plant that's been shut down. Hunters Point and Treasure Island in San Francisco, grossly contaminated with radioactivity and chemical and biological weapons. Our own Fort Ord Superfund site that's being ignored with plumes affecting businesses, homes, and aquifers. The Santa Clara Valley pollution. Willits and its water contamination from plating operations. Simi Valley and the Santa Susana Field Laboratory, LA County and Ventura County haven't even sued to get the cleanup done yet. And all the agricultural areas and communities around military bases and polluting industries affected by this contamination. If EHIB is doing its job, if the professionals in the California organization are doing its job, toxins and contamination issues are identified, experts without conflicts of interest are brought in, and impacts to air, water, soil, crops, and health are assessed, no matter the political fallout. Why should the county celebrate local agencies and their leaders in the state that aren't protecting their communities, but instead routinely are bowing to political pressure and keeping silent instead of identifying the polluters and getting them to clean up and stop future polluters from moving in? I oppose this resolution. It makes a mockery
Thank
of
you,
the
Ms.
health
Beatty.
and the well-being of
Your
California.
time is up. Thank you.
Teresa Bucola or Bucola?
Teresa?
No, there she goes.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Hello?
Yes.
Hi. Yes, my name is Teresa Bacola, and I wanted to let anybody out there know if you have been abused in the jail by the deputies or
I'm sorry, we're on the resolutions right now. Can you tell me which resolution this pertains to?
No, mine is general public comment.
Okay.
So should I hang in there and call back?
Yeah, go ahead and just stay on, and we'll get to you when that time comes.
And when is that going to be approximately?
I can't give you an exact time. Depends. We have a lot of presentations to make this morning.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
That's it. No.
All right.
Mr. Chair, I think there is a member of the audience that wants to speak on.
resolutions. I didn't know if now is the time for us to give a presentation, or is that later?
So which one?
Wait, at the very end. But I have a student with me. I wanted to make sure we were here in time.
Yeah, no problem. We'll call you up at the appropriate time. Yeah, thank you. All right, I've got a motion from Alejo. Is there a second? Second. I've got a second from Church. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Motion carries. All right, I'm going to come down and we'll start presentations. Deb, you mind coming forward? We'll start off with you this morning. Good morning, Deb. Good morning, Christopher. 26 years of service to Monterey County. I've got to tell you, there's a lot of people who embody the communities that they represent that make up the Monterey County family, and Deb is a shining example of that. She lives in San Ardo, and I've seen her show up for our community so many times in ways that most of us will never even hear about. I'm going to share with you one of those. During COVID, we had a village set up in San Lorenzo Park to help our community, folks who had to be isolated when they didn't have that ability within their homes. Deb was their voice. She sat in that park for months and made sure they had their medication, that they had a warm meal, that they had somebody looking out for their daily interests. And going beyond just the checking the box, but making sure that they felt seen and heard and supported by not just their government, their community. You've been a champion for the people of Monterey County, Deb, in such a beautiful way. Every time I needed to ground truth something, I'd call her and give me some truth. How are you feeling on this? Oh, and she's not shy. Oh no, she'd tell me exactly what she was thinking and feeling. And she doesn't call me Chris. She doesn't call me Supervisor. She calls me Christopher. Her grandson was born almost the same time as my first son, and we've shared this incredible bond of watching these two little boys grow up. And Deb, when you told me you were retiring, I was in denial until I saw this resolution come across, and you said, they're telling me it has to be presented at the chambers. Didn't have to. We demanded it. You're the type of person who makes Monterey County a special place to call home. Your family and all that you do for the community in South County, beyond your role as a Monterey County employee, but as stewards of our environment, as cattle ranchers, as people who invest back in the community that is so special, that makes us all honored to call this place home. I want to thank you for your commitment to all of us, for your commitment to Monterey County, South County, our home, our current, but also our future generations. It is not unnoticed. And the way you've stood up for us in tough fights around conversations that we don't always see eye to eye on, you're a fighter. And for that reason, it's an honor to stand here in front of so many people and thank you for your service to all of us. I know that it's not over. You're going to keep, trust me, I'm going to pull you right back in. I've got some ideas. But as your time as a county employee comes to an end, with all of these whereases, which include so many critical ones, including she was the first to offer her time, experience, and unbridled spirit to her peers, staff, and customers who sought her guidance and were inspired by her courage, commitment, and understanding of their stories of lived experience and perseverance. We stop today to honor you. Thank you, Deb, for your commitment to us.
Yeah, I'm supposed to do a filibuster today. It's really hard to get up here and talk about me because I'm so used to talking about a program, like saying, please don't cut our programs, that kind of stuff, you know, looking the other way. But it's been an honor. Not always do you get to go to work every day and do what you believe in. I got to do that. I'm a crybaby, so I really apologize. So thank you. Thank you to my team. Thank you for the people who showed up for me today. I really appreciate it. It's weird transitioning, but I got a lot to do. And Thank you for your leadership, Christopher. I'm sorry, Supervisor Lopez. I just hope that we can continue to support you. You're an incredible advocate for South County, and thank you so much. And thank you to my team. You know, I know it's not easy working with me, but thank you.
Let's get that team up here for a photo. Come on, team.
Denise, part of the team. Oscar, Denise, you're part of our team.
No being shy.
Squeeze in. Should I go like this? Yeah. She's really here, I swear. Is that blocking her?
No.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm not joking. I'm just being serious. Thank you.
So let's bring up the team for social workers, social work month for our social work team. Welcome, Eva. All right, so we're also adopting a resolution this morning honoring our social workers in recognition of Social Work Month. Here in Monterey County, you've heard about some of the work already that Deb and team have done, but really, we have an incredible team that looks out for so many vulnerable residents every single day across a spectrum of needs. And so to share a little bit with us, I want to turn it over to Eva Geronimo to share with us why we're celebrating this month and why we're pausing this morning to hold a moment to talk about the important work of our social workers.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Eva Geronimo. I'm the Deputy Director for Family and Children's Services. And March is always recognized as a month for social workers. And I want to give a shout out to all the social workers in Monterey County, but especially to our child welfare social workers. I want to say thank you because you work 24 hours. You do home visits late in the evening, early in the morning. You collaborate with our families in the county, with our service providers, with our court. And the way that you show up every day with compassion and action makes a difference to the most vulnerable people and kids in our county. Mi nombre es Eva Geronimo y yo soy la directora de Familias y Niños y les quiero dar las gracias a todos los trabajadores sociales del condado, pero en especialmente a los trabajadores sociales que trabajan de protección de niños. Cómo ustedes demuestran su trabajo todos los días con acción y compasión tiene un gran impacto en nuestra comunidad y no lo podríamos hacer sin el apoyo de todos ustedes. Gracias por todo lo que hacen cada día.
All right, so with that,
and my name is Emily Nickel, and I'm one of the program managers for Aging and Adult Services. We brought our banner today. And I want to acknowledge that we have Family and Children's Services workers, we have Aging and Adult Services workers, and we also have our colleagues from Cal State Monterey Bay's MSW program here. Thank you for coming. So we have over 50 social workers in Aging and Adult Services, and I wanted to focus on Adult Protective Services today. It's one of our most critical programs protecting seniors and dependent adults. And in particular, one of the issues that has been coming up more and more is financial exploitation. That makes up a quarter of our allegations is related to financial exploitation. And so I asked one of our most amazing APS social workers to come. She is really a superhero, and she's going to share a little bit about one of the seniors that she worked with, and together they stopped a scammer in his tracks.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Gabby. I'm here to highlight the critical role Adult Protective Services plays in protecting community members. Every day, financial predators target older adults and use fear to rob them of their life savings. I worked with a client who was scammed by someone posing as an FBI agent. The scammer convinced her that she was under investigation, her identity had been stolen, and she would be arrested unless she cooperated. In a state of fear, she followed their demands and gave $70,000 in gold to a courier sent to the home by the scammers. When I visited her, she had already bought an additional $90,000 in gold as instructed. Together, we were able to identify the inconsistencies and the red flags in the story, and she finally realized she was being scammed. I then helped her recover the gold, file a fraud claim with the bank, and ensure her devices were cleaned of malware. These interventions saved her from not losing all her life savings. Without APS, the scams would go unchecked and countless victims would face financial devastation. Your support ensures we can keep protecting those who may not even know they're at risk until it's too late. Thank you for making that possible.
So with that incredible story, we honor Social Work Month. So I'll present Emily this resolution, and I'll ask for the team to grab a photo. I see Nick prepared to take a photo here for us.
And CSU. All the social workers in the room.
Pile in, pile on.
Tall people in back, less tall people in front. Okay, the ship is leading this way, so you guys have to come over here. We need people over here. Spread it out, guys. Ladies, we need people over here. Come on. Us. Come on. We need people over here.
It's so amazing to have this many social workers in one room.
Okay, the final one that I'm lucky enough to present today is our National Public Defender Week. I know Tom O'Keefe is in the room. Tom, you come forward. All right. Our public defenders, too, are silent heroes, folks that show up every single day for folks in a situation where they need direct support, and they always wonder, who will be there for me? It's our public defenders who play that role for so many in our community. And on that note, we're going to recognize this week is National Public Defender Week, and I want to ask Tom O'Keefe to share a few words with us about the why.
Great. Thank you so much, Chris. Thank you to the board members, our CAO. I know we have a lot of different people from my office here. If any of you would like to join me up front or just stand and be recognized, more than welcome. Anybody want to join me? No pressure. No pressure. All right. Well, I want to thank everybody. We're here today in honor of the anniversary of the United States Supreme Court landmark case, Gideon v. Wainwright. And I would really like to thank Chair Lopez and the board for recognizing that, because it shows the importance that public defenders play in ensuring justice within our community. You know, our community is made up of the residents of Monterey County, and we have a privilege to serve them, and we are really honored to serve them. This team up here that we have, I know we're not all here. We have some folks who are upstairs getting cases ready for this afternoon, and some folks who are in court across the path here. But every day they do play a vital role in protecting the residents of this county, and I really am honored to work with such a great team. I feel privileged to be a member of this team, and we'd like to thank everybody for recognizing this day.
Well, let's give them a round of applause. And I'll present you this resolution, and we'll get a photo. You're next.
If I throw candy, will you cooperate? Tighter, tighter, tighter. Look at the camera. Big smile.
All right, so I'm going to invite Supervisor Daniels down next. She's got the next couple we're going to present this morning.
Sorry, I was negotiating a child on the MST bus who's lost. Okay, and is my colleague Kimberly Craig back in the room? Because I know she wanted to be here for this one. Jose Luis Barajas, are you the one that I am presenting this to, or the both of you? All right, come on up. This is wonderful. So I have the distinct pleasure right now of providing this Board of Supervisors resolution to the Small Business Development Center, which is right across the street from us here at the Government Center. And the Small Business Development Center provides free services for small businesses. And we have centers also in Monterey and Soledad. And this is no-cost professional business development consulting from industry experts in our region. And that would include finance, marketing, business plans, HR, and all of the above. So thank you both for being here today. And with that, it is therefore resolved by the Monterey County Board of Supervisors that we recognize and commend the Central Coast Small Business Development Center for its ongoing dedication to supporting small businesses in Monterey and San Benito County, and hereby proclaims March 19th, 2025 as the National Small Business Development Center Day in the County of Monterey. Did either of you want to say anything? All right, here you go. Let's see. Do you want to hold it?
Okay.
Yeah. You've got it. All right.
Well, first off, thank you so much to the Board of Directors or Supervisors for being able to present this resolution to us. We really appreciate it. Without your guys' help, this wouldn't be possible. And helping small businesses throughout the county is an important thing for us. We'd also love to invite everyone to the April 5th Small Business Development or SBDC Day in Soledad at the Cesar Chavez Park. We're going to have a number of vendors and other organizations there to help with any other business resources that small businesses might need. Thank you.
And I didn't have the pleasure of introducing you by name, but I remember you came to my aid not too long ago down in Big Sur, and is it Jesus? Jesus made it possible for us to do the impossible, which is to bring internet services and a Zoom meeting to an area with very little coverage, which is Big Sur. So thank you so much, and let's take a photograph if we can. Wonderful. So now I have another real pleasure to invite Sharon Carey up, and maybe all of your family and friends, if you'd like, could come up here with you so we can all support this incredible woman that I have the privilege of recognizing along with all of my colleagues on the Monterey County Board of Supervisors. So let's start. So, hello, Marty. So I'm going to start by just taking this opportunity to share with everyone in the room, some of you who may know what this experience is like and others who may not, when you live in a community that's really far away from the closest hospital. And you have the opportunity to have a woman like Sharon Carey at the helm of the Big Sur Health Center. It means that you have someone who is going to go above and beyond to ensure when there are global pandemics like the COVID pandemic, when there are road washouts and we lose bridges and the opportunity to access the outside world because there is a slide on the other side, when people can't get their prescriptions, when they have treatments that normally they'd have to drive really far to get that treatment. Sharon's the kind of woman who made it possible for folks in the community to get the services they need. And it's just such a... To recognize her 40 years of service is really what we're here to do today, and it's really my privilege because we're so grateful to have women like you in the Big Sur community making such a difference on everyone's lives. I'm just going to read a couple of the whereases here. Sharon Carey's career exemplifies the highest standards of service, professionalism, and compassion, leaving an indelible mark on the Big Sur Health Clinic and the community it serves. So today, on behalf of all of the county and its residents, we are recognizing Sharon Carey for her 40 years of devoted service to the Big Sur Health Clinic and the Big Sur community, and express our deepest gratitude and appreciation for her exceptional contributions to healthcare, leadership, and service. The Big Sur community would not be what it is without you, Sharon, and we thank you so much.
We would love to have you say something.
I'll try to say something. I'm also a crybaby. I just want to say thank you to the Board of Supervisors. We in Big Sur often feel like we're the forgotten stepchild, but every time over the 40 years that I have called the District 5 office, we've gotten immediate attention and swift resolution to whatever challenge was facing us. And I know that with you at the helm, Kate, that support is going to continue. Thank you to my family for being here. This certainly is not a job that you do alone, and you couldn't do it without support. I do want to introduce our new executive director, who's going to be at the helm for the next 40 years, and that's Kathy Lester. And our board president, Derek Oliver, who leads a board who is the board to die for. Every nonprofit wants to have a board of directors like ours at the health center. They're 100% supportive and wonderful. Thank you.
Let's get some photos.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Monterey County Supervisor Luis Alejo, and today, as we have seen, we are honoring some amazing community heroes, really dedicated county employees. But as a son and as a grandson of former migrant farm workers, it is my honor today to celebrate Farm Worker Appreciation Day. When I finished all my schooling, I became a farm worker rights attorney with California Rural Legal Assistance, later a state legislator and mayor. And today, I'm really proud to stand here today because of the hard work of my migrant farm worker parents, but many of us in this room and many of our county employees that we just celebrated, they are also children and grandchildren of migrant farm workers. So we stand on the shoulders of our parents and grandparents who sacrificed so much for us. But for the last 9 years, as a county supervisor, we are the only county in California that honors Cesar Chavez Day, whose birthday is on March 31st. And on that same day, we have now made it as Farm Workers Appreciation Day to thank and praise the tens of thousands of farm workers in the Salinas Valley and through other parts of Monterey County, the Pajaro Valley, who not only toil in the fields, but who also work in those food processing plants, who drive those tractors, who transport that produce to many different parts of our nation. We are honoring them today. So this resolution, I want to invite along with the resolution, we always honor an organization that does amazing work on behalf of farm workers. So I want to invite Joel Hernandez and Cesar Lara, the chairman of the nonprofit Center for Community Advocacy. I'll only read part of it because we're limited on time, but this declares every March 31st as Farm Worker Appreciation Day. And thank you to all the CCA members for coming here today. Join us right here on both sides. Give them a round of applause. We got a good turnout here. I've never seen so many CCA members here. and their dedicated staff. This reads, we declare March 31st as Farm Workers Appreciation Day and Cesar Chavez Day in Monterey County and honoring the Center for Community Advocacy. What I did forget to mention earlier is this year, on March 31st, which is a Monday, Monterey County is celebrating and making the holiday and actually a paid holiday for all our county employees for the first time in our history. So a round of applause for that accomplishment. But it reads in part, the inexhaustible efforts of thousands of hardworking and dedicated farm workers have contributed greatly to the success of the agriculture industry and to Monterey County being known as the salad bowl of the world. Farm workers in Monterey County contribute significantly to our agricultural accomplishments by toiling in the fields through harsh and extreme weather conditions and growing, harvesting, preparing goods for markets and destinations in the United States and abroad. Farm workers still dream of providing a better life to their children, but the reality of many having to move from crop to crop, a lack of documented immigration status, and other barriers make this dream hard to achieve. The Center for Community Advocacy was incorporated in 1989 and began providing services in 1990. Its mission is to help farm workers and low-income families help themselves by training community leaders who advocate for improved conditions and opportunities in their communities. Since its inception, CCA has helped hundreds of farm workers establish tenant committees throughout the Salinas and Pajaro valleys. CCA provides education, orientation, and legal support to farm workers and other low-income families who want to establish neighborhood committees to work to improve housing and health conditions. So therefore, the Monterey County Board of Supervisors, on behalf of all our residents, declares every March 31st as Farm Workers Appreciation Day and Cesar Chavez Day in our county, and hereby recognizes the hard work, sacrifice that farm workers go through to put food on the table of millions of Americans across our nation and to ensure a stable food supply. Our county expresses our sincere thanks and appreciation to our farm workers and their families for providing a bounty to California and to our nation. And lastly, the County Board of Supervisors also honors the Center for Community Advocacy for their ongoing efforts on behalf of farm workers and other low-income families of the Salinas and Pajaro valleys to improve their housing, living conditions, and opportunities. And with that, I want to pass the mic to Joel Hernandez, who wants to share some words on behalf of CCA.
Supervisor Luis Alejo, thank you for this opportunity. So before I talk about our mission, I want to recognize a few people. One is our founder, Judge Lidia Villarreal, who started this organization in 1989. She's here with us today. Cesar Lara, our current board president, and Ana Vargas, our member of the board as well, as long as with some amazing staff and CCA leaders. So our mission is very simple. Our mission is to identify, cultivate, and recognize farm worker leaders and low-income families for them to take those opportunities to improve their lives. Simple mission, that's what we've been doing for 35 years. And so part of this today, taking this acknowledgement, it's recognizing that farm worker leadership opportunity. During the pandemic, during the rain, during the cold, during the fires, farm workers are always out there trying to provide for the families, for their families, and the families across the world. So I think it's very important for us to recognize CCA's purpose. We have 3 programs: our housing program, our Promotores de Salud, which is our community healthcare worker program, and our youth program. The essence of our programs, it's not really on the services, but it's on the leadership development of farm worker and low-income families. And so that's why it's important. As a son of 2 farm workers, Maria and Abel Hernandez, my mom is here with me today, which is very important. We together crossed the border in 1990 to come to the U.S. and reunite with my dad, who was a lechuguero at that time, worked for many years in the fields, and was able to provide through that for us, for our family to succeed. And so it's very important that she's here with us today to recognize her and many other leaders of our community for that hard work that they do every year. So I know we're kind of short on time, but there are 2 leaders that want to thank you for this recognition. ¿Quién son los 2 líderes que... Oh, aquí está, Sofía. Sí.
Buenos días, mi nombre es Sofía Garza, soy promotora de salud con CCA desde hace más de 10 años. Como trabajadora del campo, entiendo los desafíos diarios a los que se enfrentan los trabajadores con respecto al cambio climático y cómo este afecta su salud física y mental. Es por esa razón que me involucré con esta organización para poder compartir la información y recursos disponibles para nuestra comunidad más vulnerable, que son los campesinos. Por ejemplo, durante la pandemia de COVID, repartimos vacunas e información y recursos para personas y proteger a las familias. más afectadas, especialmente al sur del condado, las comunidades de San Lucas, San Nardo y King City, donde la información era muy escasa. Recientemente recibimos capacitación por parte de la Universidad de Santa Cruz acerca de los efectos negativos del cambio climático en la salud de los trabajadores agrícolas. Posteriormente fuimos al Valle Central, a la ciudad de Huron, a compartir esa información con unos trabajadores agrícolas. Agradezco a CCA por la capacitación recibida y la oportunidad de compartir con otras personas el conocimiento y experiencia adquiridas. Muchas gracias.
Hola, buenos días. Mi nombre es Alicia Cruz. Soy trabajadora del campo desde hace 18 años, 5 años piscando fresa y 10 años en La Mora. También tengo 5 años con CCA, promotora de salud. Muchas gracias por la esperanza, liderazgo y fuerza que me dio CCA. La información que me da CCA la uso para llevar a mi familia, a mis vecinos y a mis compañeros de trabajo. Muchas gracias igual, el supervisor Luis Alejo, por ayudar a todos nuestros campesinos, porque el cambio extremo de verdad nos afecta mucho a nosotros los trabajadores. Gracias por ayudar a los inmigrantes. Muchas, muchas gracias. Supervisor Luis Alejo.
So with that, we want to present this resolution to CCA and to its new executive director, Oel Hernández. Congratulations for your leadership. Muchas gracias a todas por venir. Un foto, por favor. Next, in that same spirit of honoring farm workers and its amazing leaders, it is my honor to call up the one and only Pete Maturino. Let's give him a big round of applause, everybody. For those that don't know, Pete is a well-respected, renowned labor leader throughout the Salinas Valley, throughout the region, and even in Arizona. He retired recently. He wanted to keep it kind of quiet, but I said, Pete, we got to bring you here to honor you in front of your community, the community that you served for so long throughout your lifetime, to recognize you here in front of all my colleagues at the Board of Supervisors. So for those that don't know Pete Maturino, today we are honoring him after 50 years of dedicated service representing agricultural workers of the United Food and Commercial Workers Local 5, but also many other unions that he has served in leadership in. I wanted to say before I read the resolution that I first met Pete when I was a young assembly member, and they were having negotiations, and he called a big meeting with the workers here at the Rodeo Grounds in their big community room there. And I was proud to see him in action. But ever since then, when I first got to meet him, I've seen him over the years in many different roles, supporting other workers, supporting his workers. And the only reason that we have better salaries and better benefits for thousands of workers, and UFCW Local 5 represents, I think, they're one of the largest, representing the most agricultural workers that are in a union. And it's because of his leadership, because he has stood up time and time again and made sure that he has taken care of his members. And in return, they have supported him so much because he has done such a great job as a union leader. So this reads, in 1972, Pete Maturino was first employed by the Teamsters Union as a union rep and organizer, but he later transitioned into working for the Independent Union of Agricultural Workers. Over the years, though, he came to serve as the president of the Independent Union of Agricultural Workers for numerous years. It transitioned, but eventually he became the president of UFCW Local 1096 and then UFCW Local 5. Today, UFCW Local 5 represents over 3,000 agricultural workers in California and Arizona. Pete Maturino's responsibilities included administration of collective bargaining agreements between the union and agricultural employers in California and Arizona, administration of contracts, including servicing and negotiations of these contracts, filing of election petitions and unfair labor practice charges with the ALRB and also the NLRB from start to finish. Pete Maturino was more than just a hard worker. He was a great labor leader, mentor, a friend, and a true advocate for the rights and well-being of thousands of agricultural workers in the Salinas and Yumas Valleys. After a lifetime of exemplary leadership, Pete Maturino happily retired in January 2025. So therefore, be it resolved that the County Board of Supervisors, on behalf of all of our residents, commends and thanks UFCW local labor leader Pete Maturino for his 50-plus years of dedicated service representing thousands of agricultural workers and their families in California and Arizona and improving their lives. We wish him success, good health, and happiness in his retirement and in all his future endeavors. And Pete, we have this nice resolution to present to you, to put on the wall, to thank you for all that you've done for farm workers, for standing up and giving opportunities like me, the children and grandchildren of farm workers, to have a better life. And we commend you for all you've done for us, brother. Muchas gracias. Felicidades.
This great country or no, what? You know, they give you a resolution of recognition for just doing your job, you know, and that's exactly what I did. And I just want to remind people, especially the Board of Supervisors, that a lot of times it's not just getting a decent wage, it's getting a living wage. And because that's how people help themselves. Not only just getting just the decent wages that we negotiate under the contracts and stuff. And Local 5, the union that I represent and stuff, we think of ourselves as the go-between workers and the employers. And try to get some kind of an agreement in which you get paid good wages, benefits, and working conditions that rightly are deserved. You know, my family, like the ladies that just came up here a little while ago, my family came as a farm worker family, and I worked in the fields. I worked as a farm worker, and so I know what it's all about. The changes have come along, though, and I caution the Board of Supervisors to keep an eye on the idea of H-2 workers that are being contracted because they're replacing the regular workers here in California. And yeah, you know what? The employers need that worker to fill the spot, but a lot of times it doesn't. You know, you're affecting other workers that are here, and so just keep an eye on H-2s because it's not all just them. It's the people that live here, eat here, buy here, and so it's important that we take care of them. Thank you.
All right. Want to invite? You got family? Other family members here? Yeah, come on up. Take a photo here. And Pete, we know people like you don't really retire. We know you're going to keep doing a lot of amazing things here in the community and other capacities.
Yeah, I was aware at City Council the other day.
Thank you all for coming. Thank you for coming. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah. Wendy, here's your mic.
All right.
All right, our final resolution to present today, and you guys got a chance to hear and see a lot of government in action, so thank you for joining me. So today, our final resolution is to adopt a resolution in recognizing the International School of Monterey during World Poetry Day. And we're not going to read the whole resolution because we have a very special presentation of a poem to be read by Miss Emma Miller, who's a student at the International School. And we'll be presenting the resolution to Miss Jessica Allen, who's our head of school. But I did want to just comment that the International School of Monterey has consistently provided a platform for student participation, leadership development, participation, inspiring future generations to become active contributors in their communities. And the fact that you're here in our government chambers today, I think, is evidence of that. And it's never been more important than it is today to provide these opportunities for our students. We also want to acknowledge that arts and poetry serve as an important tool in developing students' literacy, critical thinking, and emotional intelligence, and that the International School of Monterey actively promotes creative writing, spoken word, and poetry readings as integral parts of its educational experience. So on behalf of the Board of Supervisors, and these are our 5 supervisors who are elected up here, and the entire county, and you saw a lot of our county employees who are with us today being recognized, We want to celebrate the work that the International School of Monterey is doing every single day, and recognizing World Poetry Day and the contributions to literary education and the cultivation of young poets, and the role that the arts have to play in inspiring critical thinking skills that we really need as we move into the future. So I'm going to present a resolution, and we have a very special, I'm going to hand you the microphone, Miss Emma, and you're going to read us a poem that you wrote yourself, correct? All right. Well, welcome, and thank you for joining us. And you can see right up there, there's 2 cameras. You can see those blue lights. So if you want to read, but if you also want to look up there, anyone who's watching online can see you. Okay?
Hi, my name is Emma, and I would like to read you my limerick poem. It's called All About ISM. At ISM, we have a very fun time. We also really like to make a lot of slime. At ISM, we have fun and play. We learn a lot of stuff each day. We also learn how to make limerick poems rhyme. Thank you for your time, and have a great day.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Emma.
My name is Jessica Allen. I'm the head of the school. And one thing I just wanted to say thank you, Supervisor Rudiscu. I know that you are a champion of our school and of education, so thank you. Thank you, supervisors, as well, for recognizing education. And one thing that everyone may or may not know, but we have a student-chosen motto called, the world is our home, we will make it better. Emma, thank you for making the world better today.
Thank you. And we're going to do it. So we're going to take a picture with this. So you get to hold this, okay? And I have one more. So we have one for you to take home with you as well, and one for the school. So I'm going to hand this to you here. And I just want to say one more big round of applause for Emma. It takes a lot of big bravery to stand in front of this stadium here and read a poem that you wrote yourself. And I just want to say thank you. I think you're the youngest person we've had here receiving a resolution today. And I hope you go back to your school and tell your classmates about being here, and about we want to have all of them come out here too and be participating in local government. So thank you so much for joining us today. We really appreciate having you.
All right, with that, we've concluded our resolutions, and we're going to jump into appointments. I'm going to first see if there's any public input on our appointments this morning. Not seeing any in room. No hands up via Zoom. I'll bring it back. What I'm going to ask for is a motion to approve the appointments without items 20 or 23. Is there a motion to that effect? Got a motion? Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, I've got a motion and a second. Supervisor Askew?
Pardon, thank you. Just in general, in regards to sort of all of our appointments, we have a number of appointments on here today, both the Fire District, our Resource Conservation District, our Natividad Medical Center Board of Trustees, and many of these are full board nominations that came from the districts. We've had, I've pulled these every time that they've come up for the last number of years with concern that the process is transparent, that with concern that the vacancies are advertised broadly to the communities, that individuals would potentially have interest in applying for the vacancies. I have fully believed that those individuals that were listed here for appointment are highly qualified, would be excellent representatives. However, I am concerned that none of these vacancies were advertised, or even that our offices were alerted of the vacancies. We were not given the opportunity to share these vacancies with our constituencies. I'm concerned that the folks that were in the applications that were that we received as part of them, that the people who were applicants noted in their application that the only reason they applied is that they were personally encouraged to apply, which means that the outreach that's occurring is not very broad in its nature, despite having brought this up again and again and again and again. I'm concerned that on the fire board, we continue to have statements in the staff report that say things like the vacancy must be filled through the board appointment of a resident from the supervisorial district service territory in the Assistant District 5, which is in fact not per the bylaws. We don't have supervisorial district appointees for the fire board. So I'm not quite sure what path to take to get attention paid to this issue. One recommendation that I will make at this point is that we start including the list of Maddie appointments on our appointments calendar so that it's very clear what appointments are vacant when they're being notified, that there's a central place where people can see what the appointments are. It's unclear where to even find the Maddie list on the website. I know it's posted out front of our chambers on occasion, but for folks who are not walking past our board chambers on a regular basis, these are mystery appointments that nobody has any ability to know about. And so this is not a transparent set of appointments. These vacancies were not publicly posted in ways where regular people, nor our offices even, were aware of them. And I take frustration with the fact that as many times as we've raised this issue, nothing seems to change. So I'm going to ask again that we correct this process moving forward, and ask that moving forward, at the very least, we start including Maddie book appointments on our consent appointments calendar as we move forward. And I think it would help if anyone else shares these concerns, because I seem to be the only one voicing them.
I'm going to Supervisor Church and then Supervisor Daniels.
Yeah, I know Supervisor Askew brought this up, I don't know if it was last year or 2 years ago or whenever it was, and I looked at this too and I go, you know, I mean, I'm happy with going ahead with the appointees onto it and everything, but I didn't realize there was any, you know, this was coming up, and it does cover into some of my district too, a small portion. So I would just suggest, I think, is when we have these general appointments that come in from the board, it maybe it'd be good to send a little notice out to all the board members so we really know this ahead of time. Not just so we have to search down websites, but just know it ahead of time. Not that it's necessarily going to change a whole lot, but just for good information onto that.
If I may, how appointments are made in the Maddie Act are not on the agenda. What I might suggest is there be a referral by a supervisor, and then it can be placed on the agenda, and we can have a robust discussion about that.
Yeah, I was going to add that I think our colleague, Supervisor Askew, has raised it, but it's never been direction by the full board or motion by the full board. So even though she's raised it in the past, it was like one supervisor's opinion on how it should be handled in the future. And many of these are reappointments, right? So unless you create more work for staff to reopen it, if there's an issue with the member, that's one thing. Put it on the website, one thing, right? But I don't think every single reappointment, if they're doing a good job, has to create a competitive process and you wait and you advertise. Some of these, they've been serving there good for years, and I have no issue with them continuing serving on there. And that's why I think today it seems like many of these are not controversial. When we do have controversial ones, which I think has brought up past conversations about a different process, we usually pull those and we have further discussion. I think so we're doing that perhaps on one today because we have two applicants. But I'm also willing to move forward on this today as well.
Supervisor Daniels?
Yes, thank you. I just want to add that reading the staff report and seeing that it's a 5th district appointment, whatever that means. I was scrambling yesterday because it was the first that I read this or saw this to sort of understand who the candidates were and if I had a role or didn't have a role. And so if there was more clarity in the future in terms of what this process is, especially for a new supervisor, that would be very helpful because I did play a little catch up trying to understand if I had a role in this and what I needed to do to prepare for today. Thank you.
Good.
We did have a referral that asked specifically for the Monterey County Regional Fire updates, and we did update accordingly. What we likely need to do is do that additional overlay to ensure that we are sending it directly to your board. We did, in fact, post it on the Monterey County Weekly, which is where we traditionally post the appointments. but certainly we could bring it to all of your attentions to make sure that we are including all of you. The process that was adopted by the board is what we followed, and it was based on that referral, but certainly we can add that additional layer.
I would just argue that this, based on the language in the staff report, we specifically are following the bylaws that do not speak to supervisorial district appointments, and the staff language here does speak to a supervisorial district appointment. I'm not going to block it because I think Amy is a great appointment. However, the process of continuing to make supervisorial district appointments is not what the bylaws of this district call for, and it specifically excludes the opportunity for individuals from the service territory of the regional fire district who reside in District 2 and District 4 from any opportunity to serve on the fire district board. So I ask respectfully that we correct the process as it was approved by the board moving forward so that it aligns with the bylaws to ensure that there's ample opportunity for representatives from the entire fire district service area to have the opportunity to apply when vacancies occur, whether it's a reappointment or an appointment. In this case, Amy was appointed to fill an unfinished term, so this could be either considered an appointment or a reappointment. It doesn't really matter. The process that we approved was that we would open it up, allow people the chance to apply, and in this case, that clearly didn't happen in a way that opened it to everyone in District 2 and 4.
Ms. Bukanovic? Got you. You're on now.
Okay, great. Just want to clarify, definitely we can put more clarifying language in the report moving forward, but the intent was just to outline that the applications that we did receive were specifically from District 5. But we can clarify the language further.
All right, with that, to clarify, the motion in front of us does not include the fire district appointment or 23, which I have a conflict on, so I'm going to go ahead and ask all those in favor to signify by saying aye. Aye. Anybody opposed? The motion carries. With that, I'd like to go to item 20, which is the fire district appointment, and see if there's comments or I see Supervisor Daniels unmuting down there.
Sure. I'm not even sure I have the pronunciation of the candidate, Amy Dahl. Dolly. Okay, correct. I did not have it correct. So I did read both applications yesterday and did some outreach. And as you probably all know, and I just didn't, that she was the current chair and president of the board and was appointed to an open seat, and she only served 2 years of that term, and everything I read seems impressive, especially being a former volunteer firefighter within the fire district. Seeing that she was the first woman to have been appointed to the regional fire district board, it's hard to imagine that's possible, but that's something I'd like to continue to have that person serve for that reason if she's doing well, and give her the opportunity to serve a full term. So after reading the two applications, my motion would be to, we're not quite there yet, but to appoint her. Great.
Yeah, so we have a motion and a second. Any additional conversation,
Yep.
Supervisor?
Just as long as I'm on the record with frustration that this appointment opportunity wasn't opened up broadly, that my office wasn't notified of the appointment, that District 4 individuals weren't given the opportunity to know about the appointment nor to be able to apply for the vacancy, and that I expect that to be if I could add a friendly amendment to the motion, or we will send, I'm happy to submit another referral, but I just need that to be on record that I expect this to be rectified moving forward.
Okay. So I've got a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Motion carries. Anybody opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries. I'm going to step out of the room for 23 if somebody will come into the hallway and get me. Supervisor Askew, I'll give you the floor for that one as vice chair.
All right, we will move on to item number 23. This is a Resource Conservation District at-large member with a term ending of November 30th, 2028, to reappoint Jasmine Lopez.
I would move to nominate her. Obviously, there's a conflict because Jasmine is Supervisor Lopez's wife, but she is an amazing person. If everybody knows her background, her experience in agriculture and many things, a woman of many talents, I think she would be an amazing asset to the Resource Conservation District.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Is there any public comment on this, item number 23? Seeing none, well, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And approved. We can move on to, let's see here, call to recess. The Board of Supervisors call to order the Baranda County Sanitation District. We'll do a roll call by the clerk for Baranda.
Good morning.
Chris, it's yours, Baranda.
Good morning. Let the record reflect all directors are present.
With that, we have one item on consent. Is there any public comment on our consent agenda this morning? Seeing nobody in room, no hands up going on via Zoom, we'll bring it back. Is there a motion to approve consent?
Moved.
I'll take a motion from Church, a second from Alejo. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Anybody opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries. With that, we'll adjourn and reconvene the Board of Supervisors. The first, with the record reflected, all members of the board are present, with Supervisor Askew joining us shortly. I'm looking at our consent calendar for the Board of Supervisors at this point, which is numbers 41 through 75 on today's agenda. Is there a member of this body who wishes to pull an item from consent for comment or alternative action? Seeing none, I'll go to the public, see if there's any members of the public who wish to pull an item from our consent calendar this morning. I see no hands up via Zoom, no one coming forward via room. In the room, we'll go ahead and close the consent calendar public comment and bring it back to this board for action.
So moved.
Motion from Church. Is there a second? Second from Alejo. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries. With that, we're going to do general public comment at this time, 2 minutes per speaker. This is an opportunity for the public to share comments regarding items not on today's agenda, but within the purview of this body. We invite folks forward in room first to the dais. We'll go ahead and start with Zombie.
Hi, good morning, Chair Lopez and members of the board. Excuse me. Liz Hall here with WM. Exciting news. Want to provide you guys updates as we implement the new Unified Franchise Agreement. This is an update regarding the local call center, which I know Supervisor Church, you'll be really excited about this. So we do have 5 customer service representatives hired and currently in training in our Castroville office. I did put a little elbow grease assembling desks and putting stuff together in there. But we're excited. We're hopeful for a go live date in June. Want to make sure we get these folks trained up, know the processes, kind of learn the area more. It's different when you're on the other side of the phone. So I will certainly update you guys with a tighter timeline as the weeks progress. And we continue to meet weekly with county staff, which has been the case since I don't know, the past 6 or 7 months or so. So exciting to share that. I've got 5 new coworkers. So that's all I had today. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Ms. Hall. Anybody else in the room? See nobody coming forward, we'll go to Zoom.
Teresa Bacola.
Ms. Bacola, this is your chance.
Hi there. Yeah, thanks. I am so glad that you have Susan K. Blitch sitting up there on the dais this morning, because I want to inform all of you about the felony that she committed in my case, Bacola versus Boucher. We're in ECF 27-1, if people want to look this up. She swore under penalty of perjury that she was an attorney of record when she actually wasn't. She tried to become one at 745 days into the case. If anybody wants to read the details, that would be in ECF 248 in my case. And what's really ironic, Susan, is that you were trying to argue that I did a failure to appear in court when you're actually the one that failed to appear. You know, there is a poetic justice to that, Miss Blitch. Now, I can't see my timer on here. What happened to it?
It's there at the bottom of the screen. You've got 55 seconds.
Okay. Yeah, and then I also want to talk about Sam Biederwell. Sam Biederwell, who did not show up to the discovery hearing that we had last year. We all had to wait 2 hours. He claimed that he didn't realize it was at 11 o'clock when he's actually the one that filed the stipulation to change it to January 24th at 11 o'clock. Sam Biederwell, Ms. Blitch's associate, he also just didn't show up to the conference that we had in June. So he forced the judge, the clerk, and the other trespassing attorney to wait to find another attorney in that office, Janet Holmes. And Janet Holmes had also not filed a notice of appearance into my case, and she wasn't even on the joint statement. So
Thank you, Ms. Bacola. We're at time.
Thank you.
Anybody else via Zoom?
Catherine?
Catherine?
Hi, good morning. Thank
morning.
you so much. I am a member of Monterey County, have lived here my entire life of 61 years. I am against the lawsuit against Trump. This county needs to stay out of that. I don't agree with you guys initiating that. Luis Alejo discriminates against white people. That needs to be investigated. He doesn't serve the white constituents. And I'm tired of the drug narcos being involved in our county services, such as David Drew, and Mike Hackett. There's a lot of corruption in this county, and we need to start looking at it. Fraud, waste, and abuse. Our DA isn't even serving on cases where CPS is involved. They allege that the person committed abuse against their child, but it never goes before the DA. The parents don't even have a Miranda right. The budget needs to be looked at CPS. They are taking children wrongly for federal funds. That's all.
Thank you. Anybody else via Zoom?
Laura Davis.
Ms. Davis?
I'm Laura Davis, Landwatch Deputy Director. Thank you for voting last week in support of a higher density project on Olmsted Road, a development of 725 varied housing types rather than 80 market rate large lot single family homes. A development that is more likely to provide housing for the local community rather than a development that will appeal to foreign investors, real estate speculators, and Silicon Valley commuters. That the county came out in support of the developer's Better project, one that provides a greater supply of affordable housing, using a small footprint and preserving a wildlife corridor, demonstrates the kind of positive change that can happen when stakeholders come together to ask how land can be used in the most beneficial and sustainable way. This same question is at the heart of another development that is currently under consideration, Gonzalez's Vista Lucia. The Vista Lucia specific plan includes 3,498 units that the vast majority of its households and workers cannot afford. Gonzalez's household median income is $74,000 and its workforce is primarily low wage. The Vista Lucia fiscal analysis shows that none of the Gonzalez's moderate or lower income families would be able to purchase any of the Vista Lucia units as the project is now planned. The county's 2014 Memorandum of Agreement with Gonzalez called for Gonzalez to avoid urban sprawl, postpone conversion of agricultural land, and maintain a positive jobs housing balance. As proposed, Vista Lucia does not honor that agreement. The Vista Lucia EIR evaluates an alternative that would better meet Gonzalez's housing needs in the terms of the 2014 agreement. The high-density alternative 4 would build more compact and affordable units, and like Olmsted Road, it would use a smaller footprint, eating up less of our finite agricultural land. The Gonzales City Council will consider the specific plan in the near future. We ask the board to advise the City Council that it should honor its 2014 agreement with the county by approving the higher density alternative, applying the same line of reasoning that led so clearly to a good outcome on Olmsted Road. We recommend that the supervisors ask staff to agendize a recommendation for a letter to Gonzales City Council at the supervisors' next meeting. Again, Landwatch commends the board for its thoughtful discussion and decision-making around the Olmsted Road project. We now encourage you to engage in...
Thank you, Ms. Davis. We're at time.
Michelle Clary.
Ms. Clary?
Good morning. Just wanted to bring up, we're seeing over here, I'm a resident of Royal Oaks, and what we're seeing here is an uptick in aircraft, helicopters really, that are circling right over the top of yew trees. as well as a pickup of drones. And as we know, I think PG&E uses drones. They definitely use helicopters. We don't know if it's military, but again, with all these things kind of flying over, when we try to look at it and track it, they're not listed. And again, one of the issues is livestock. When we have drones flying over, or even those aircraft, they really get the horses really nervous, and then they start running around. So if we're riding or we're out there, it becomes a little bit of a liability to health. So just wanted to see if there was a way to get notices if they're going to be flying like that over, or if there's some kind of regulation about what they're doing over our properties, because it's just coming down to speculation and nobody knows. And we're kind of trying to figure it out in our own community chat groups. But again, it's dangerous. And nobody seems to know what's going on. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cleary.
No more.
All right, seeing last call.
Mr. Chair, may I make a comment?
Let me close public comment first. Any last call for public comment? Okay, I'm going to close public comment, bring it back to the board. Supervisor Church.
I'll be very brief. Michelle Clary's comments there about the helicopters hovering over is quite correct. I had one hover over my house for quite some time, kick up dust, drove my dog and my wife crazy, both. I inquired in about this in several places, and just want her to know and the public to know onto this is that it does seem to be the PG&E says that they are doing this surveillance, and that they stay 500 feet above the ground. So if you do not see that, please pass that on to my office. I'd be happy to share it with PG&E officials.
Thank you, Supervisor Church. Supervisor Alejo.
Yeah, I want to do a point of personal privilege to address those reckless and false statements about my record. I'm very proud that over my 16 plus years in public office, not to mention my years as a legal aid lawyer, a staff attorney for the Superior Court, I've been proud to serve the diverse many groups and peoples that make up Monterey County and my home, Santa Cruz County. So I take offense to that. It's easy to get on a mic and make a defamatory statement against me or some of my colleagues but it's not true. The fact that I'm today doing immigrant rights forums and I'm posting information that's relevant, it's because our immigrant community is under attack. And that's what's most pressing. Since January, there's been a change. And just because I advocate and put information about a community that has been targeted doesn't mean that I'm not representing the rest of my diverse constituents. I just want to be clear on the record, and I think we got to, as elected officials, we got to set the record clear when those types of false statements are made about our commitment to public service.
All right, thank you. With that, we've concluded general public comment and minor response. Now at this point, we're going to turn to our Morganrath or Blaze Engineering, PLN 160851 AMD2. We're going to go to Fiona Jensen, and I see Craig Spencer joining her in the box. So floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Chair Lopez. My name is Fiona Jensen. I am presenting the Morganrath Blaze Engineering application, HCD planning file number PLN 160851 AMD2. If you can please share staff right. Thank you. The subject property is located at 46821 Highway 1 in Big Sur. The property is within the Big Sur Coastal Land Use Plan and the Big Sur Valley Rural Community Center and is zoned visitor serving commercial design control overlay in the coastal zone. As a reminder, in August 2019, the Board of Supervisors denied raised appeals, adopted a mitigated negative declaration, and approved a combined development permit to allow the relocation of Blaze Engineering, construction of an office, workshop, and storage building, development within 100 feet of environmentally sensitive habitat area, removal of 10 protected trees, and site improvements. Following this decision, the property's neighbors, Mr. and Mrs. Donaldson, filed a lawsuit against the County of Monterey and the applicant, challenging the Board of Supervisors' approval. The board's decision was also subsequently appealed to the California Coastal Commission. However, before the Coastal Commission could hear the appeal, the applicant proposed to modify the project scope to address the contentions. The applicant then applied for a First Amendment to PLN 168051 to allow the construction of a second-story employee housing unit and eliminate on-site sale of products from the business operations plan. This First Amendment to the project was approved by the Planning Commission in June of 2023 and then appealed to the Board of Supervisors. In September 2024, the Board of Supervisors denied the raised appeals, considered the previously adopted mitigated negative declaration revised by a supplemental mitigated negative declaration, and approved the amended project scope. Following this decision, the Donaldsons filed a second lawsuit against the County of Monterey and the applicant. Additionally, the board's decision was appealed to the Coastal Commission for a second time, at which the commission found that the Board of Supervisors' decision to approve the project raised no substantial issue with the county's local coastal program. Although the county's approvals were upheld, the lawsuits filed against the county remained active. After years of negotiation, the applicant and the Donaldsons have come to a draft resolution and have entered into a conditional settlement agreement and mutual release of claims. The draft conditional settlement agreement stipulates that the raised lawsuits will be dismissed within 30 days of implementation of the resolution. To implement the settlement agreement, the applicant seeks approval of a second amendment to PLN 16851. Since the county is a party to the lawsuits, it must also sign the conditional settlement agreement should the Board of Supervisors find the conditional settlement agreement and the proposed second amendment acceptable. As proposed, the second amendment would revise the previously approved scope by omitting the employee housing unit, allowing construction of a retaining wall, planting vegetative screening, installing a temporary construction office, and the removal of 2 hazardous cypress trees. The Big Sur Coastal Land Use Plan requires that new or amended visitor-serving facilities provide employee housing to offset the impacts to Big Sur. In this case, Blaze Engineering is not a new business and has been relocated from an adjacent property. While conducting business out of the adjacent property, Blaze Engineering operated at a more intensive scale with approximately 20 employees. However, Blaze Engineering has since reduced its scale of business by eliminating the on-site sale and storage of aggregate materials and has reduced its employees to 12. This reduction in scale has been reflected in the original project scope as well as the First Amendment. Although employee housing is desired throughout Big Sur, the relocation of Blaze Engineering's business does not require additional employees or expand the original business, and therefore removal of the previously approved employee housing unit does not propose a conflict with the Big Sur Coast Land Use Plan or its implementation plan. The remaining project scope considered under PLN 160851 as amended by PLN 16851 AMD1 would remain unchanged. The scope of work analyzed under the supplemental ISMND remains adequate for the proposed modifications under the Second Amendment. The proposed changes to the project have been reviewed, and the changes do not constitute new information that would require major revisions to the adopted 2019 ISMND as revised in 2024 under the supplemental ISMND. Therefore, no further environmental review is warranted, and none of the conditions described in CEQA Guidelines Sections 15162 calling for preparation of a subsequent EIR or negative declaration have occurred. Staff recommends the following changes to the project description be made to the draft resolution and conditions of approval. Additionally, staff recommends non-substantive changes to the draft resolution to correct typos. Therefore, staff recommends the Board of Supervisors consider the previously adopted mitigated negative declaration as revised by a supplemental negative declaration pursuant to CEQA Guidelines Sections 15164 and approve a second amendment to the previously approved combined development permit as modified by PLN 16851 AMD1 to omit the employee housing unit, remove 2 hazardous cypress trees, install vegetative screening, construct a retaining wall, and install a temporary construction trailer. This concludes staff's presentation. Staff is available for questions.
All right, so typically in a case like this, we give a certain amount of time allocated to each side. I also believe in the sales philosophy of don't sell beyond a yes. I understand we have some agreement today, so I'd like to see if either side has an issue with being allowed 3 minutes apiece. Good to go? All right, come on forward.
Good afternoon, Chair Lopez, members of the board. My name is Angus Jeffers, and I'm here on behalf of the applicant, Marty Morganrath, as the owner of Blaze Engineering. Right off the bat, I need to thank Ms. Jensen for her absolute patience working with the parties since she was assigned this project back in 2022. I also want to thank Mr. Breyer for his help coordinating the resolution between the parties. And I want to thank this board for your consistent encouragement and support for Blaze, while at the same time encouraging both parties to pursue a negotiated resolution. With all that said, I've reviewed the proposed conditions of approval with Marty. We find them entirely satisfactory. We also ask that the board support planning staff's recommendation to amend the coastal permit for Blaze and put to bed years of hearings between the parties. And on that note, I want to express my appreciation for the Donaldsons and Ms. Kemp for their willingness to pursue the negotiated resolution, and particularly the constructive give and take during our last site visit. And with that, if there are no questions or comments, thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Jeffers. Christine?
Thank you, members of the board. The public process has worked. It's been a long haul, and our clients had serious concerns about the project. I know Supervisor Lopez saw it, and Ms. Daniels, I think, is familiar with the area. So we were very happy that we have come to an agreement that we believe benefits both parties, and we would encourage you to adopt the resolution. I know Ms. Jensen had some typo changes in the way that the resolution was worded. Mr. Jeffers and I have both gone over that wording and approve of that. So we encourage you to adopt the resolution as presented with the minor changes recommended, and our clients will move forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you. At this point, I want to open it up to public comments, see if there's any public input on this item. I see nobody coming forward in room. I see no hands up via Zoom. With that, I'll bring it back to this board for comments, questions, or action.
Action.
Go for it.
I would like to make a motion that we approve a second amendment to a previously approved combined development permit as modified by the additional permit to omit the employee housing unit, remove the 2 hazardous cypress trees, install vegetative screening, construct a 48-foot long retaining wall, and install a 160-square-foot temporary construction trailer, and include those minor copy edits that were needed.
Got a motion and a second. Daniels and Alejo, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Anybody opposed? Abstentions? The motion carries. Thank you. Congratulations. All right. With that, we're 1 minute early and we're going to lunch, and we'll be back here at 1:30. We are recessing to closed session. Use the chair's privilege here to reconvene the Board of Supervisors. Let the record reflect that all members of the board are present, with Supervisor Church and Alejo joining us shortly. At this time, we're picking up our afternoon portion of the agenda, and I'm going to ask our Spanish interpreter, Kenya Cobos, to give us her announcement via Zoom.
Kenya, can you make the Spanish announcement? Just that you're available for Spanish services. She's there.
Ok, si hay alguien que necesita interpretación, está disponible en la pantalla de Zoom de abajo, que es el icono del globo. Si tocas ese globo, le da la oportunidad de escuchar nuestra junta en español. Gracias. All right, we'll consider that done, and we'll proceed forward. At this point, we're going to take up our scheduled matters for the afternoon, beginning with item 33, to receive a presentation from county departments regarding MOS 300 site cleanup. I'll turn it over to Kelsey Scanlon to get us started.
Good afternoon, Monterey County Board of Supervisors, County Administrator De La Rosa, and County Council. Thank you so much for having us this afternoon. We're here to present an update regarding the MOS 300 lithium-ion battery energy storage system structure fire and hazardous materials incident. First and foremost, I wanted to thank all of the disaster service workers who have continued to engage in our response and recovery activities since the incident began on January 16th, 2025. Most notably, the Monterey County Health Department and the Environmental Health Bureau, as well as Housing and Community Development, our partners at the US EPA and the California Department of Public Health. A lot has occurred since we last presented an update to the board in, I believe, January. Since then, we have actively been working with the public health assessment team to conduct environmental monitoring and sampling, both inside and outside of the fence line. At this juncture, the county's posture is transitioning from response to recovery, and I'll talk a little bit about what that looks like in a couple slides, but ultimately we are still very much in a response posture as well as leaning towards recovery, and both of those activities are really overlapping at this juncture. Since our presentation, as I had mentioned, there has been a significant amount of activity in terms of data collection, monitoring, analysis, working with the medical providers to collect data within the community, as well as looking towards what long-term recovery might look like as it unfolds throughout the next couple of years. Most notably, the battery delinking process began February 22nd, 2025. Just prior to that, there had been a reignition, which I believe everyone is aware of, that lasted approximately 48 hours and ultimately was resolved. And at this juncture, the site is somewhat stabilized as they move forward in the debris removal process. Some of these statistics are not new news, but ultimately there were 1,200 people evacuated for approximately 24 hours, and the county was able to provide care and shelter services for 37 residents. Since January 16th, the Department of Emergency Management has issued 12 total emergency alerts in the immediate area and surrounding community. As of today, there have been approximately 121 county disaster service workers who have actively engaged in response and recovery efforts, totaling approximately 4,000 staff hours. This does not include agencies outside of the county, such as North County Fire Protection District, US EPA, any of the California Department personnel, Vistra, any law enforcement, mutual aid, et cetera. Additionally, since we established the public hotline, the county has received approximately 425 total phone calls regarding the Moss Landing incident and recovery, and the Environmental Health Bureau has received 64 concern reports. The County of Monterey Emergency Operations Center submitted a state mission task on January 20th, I believe. I apologize for not including that in this slide. And the health assessment team is organized by Cal EPA under a multi-agency coordination group, a MAC group. But they are ultimately here to assist the county in the collection and communication of environmental sampling and monitoring. The county is ultimately the lead agency with jurisdiction having authority, with the MAC group supporting our endeavors to collect information regarding impacts to the county. This group meets regularly to coordinate efforts and share information. On the right side of the screen, you can see a list of agencies that are participating from the state and federal level. And again, I'd like to reiterate our thanks to the state of California for identifying and mobilizing resources to support us, especially considering what's going on in Southern California and recovery efforts occurring in LA County. The health assessment team is made up of 4 subgroups: soil, surface water, and debris sampling, air and health, drinking water, and biotic resources. And we'll talk a little bit about what they've been doing over the last month and a half. And with that, I will hand it over to Nikki Fowler from Environmental Health to provide an update.
Good afternoon. Again, Nikki Fowler with Environmental Health. Environmental Health has maintained dedicated staff to respond since the outset of the battery fire incident, with goals to evaluate and protect public health, identify off-site impacts, and hold the responsible party accountable. The priority of the health assessment team is to gather information, obtain expert analysis, then share both raw data and the findings with decision makers in the community as quickly and clearly as possible. The group also identifies information gaps to establish next steps for the ongoing environmental assessment. The individuals on this team were also instrumental in developing responses to the frequently asked questions that are now posted on the recently revamped incident website. Next slide. In January, environmental health staff collected drinking water samples for 5 water systems in proximity to the battery facility. All results were consistent with historical sampling information. At the same time, a team from Department Toxic Substances Control conducted screening and collected soil samples at 8 locations, focusing on areas with human occupancy such as schools and community parks. The photo on the right shows how soil was scraped as close to the surface as possible to collect a representative sample. And the sample were analyzed for heavy metals and polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons, or PAHs. The Office of Environmental Health Hazard Assessment evaluated the results and confirmed that heavy metal levels at 6 of the 8 sites are below residential screening levels, but recommended follow-up sampling at the other 2 sites. I would like to note that on the slide under the soil and dust data indicated there are not elevated metals associated with a fire in the soil. That quote came directly from the Department of Toxic Substances Control, but additional sampling is warranted as noted from the Office of Environmental Health Hazard Assessment. That same team has also considered data sources provided by external entities as well. Again, I want to make a note that the spotlight section of this slide warrants a bit of a correction. Ultimately, Never Again Moss Landing, a grassroots community group, provided analysis of over 120 surface wipe samples that have helped to refine a forthcoming comprehensive community sampling plan. The County of Santa Cruz Ag Commissioner's Office collected soil and plant tissue samples, and their environmental health team collected surface water and sediment samples. For the Santa Cruz data in particular, the California Department of Public Health concluded that the metal concentrations found in ag soils did not exceed health-based screening levels and did not pose a health risk to the public. But that analysis wasn't necessarily applicable to the Never Again Moss Landing surface wipe summary. I just wanted to make that clarification. Next slide. Air monitoring and sampling was initiated on January 16th, shortly after the incident began, and was in place during the reignition in February and continues today. It will remain in place for the duration of cleanup activities. A visual representation of the various sampling initiatives completed to date will soon be available through an online GIS application. It will include data created through Monterey County and from external sources when permission has been granted. The public will have the opportunity to see where sampling has occurred and explore the results. As a result of evaluation and consideration of the screening, sampling, and monitoring efforts completed so far, staff have prepared framework for a community sampling plan. A primary goal is to fill information gaps so a comprehensive human health risk assessment can be completed. Locations identified for further analysis include those reported to have had visible ash or debris, residential neighborhoods, and also includes the follow-up sampling recommended by the Department of Toxic Substances Control. This map, albeit not particularly easy to read in this medium, includes pins for data sources that have been taken into consideration. The teal pins reflect the general locations reported by Never Again Moss Landing to have visible debris and corresponding surface wipe results with elevated metal levels. The pink pins indicate an area of the Elkhorn Slough that will include surface water and sediment sampling as a result of visible ash and debris reports. The white pins show the locations of soil screening and sampling by DTSC, and the yellow pins indicate the 25 or so locations where additional sampling is anticipated. The sampling methodology and list of analytes to be tested is currently being refined, after which point the additional testing throughout the community will commence.
At this time, Dr. Moreno is going to provide an update regarding the community health survey.
Good afternoon, board members. Ed Moreno, Director of Public Health. The Health Department, in collaboration with the California Department of Public Health, put together a survey which was released to the community. The purpose of the survey was to collect information that had not previously been collected that could help inform current public health response and also inform future responses. In other words, to make improvements in the event that this would occur again. We included some questions about individuals' location. For example, where were you when you saw smoke or smelled smoke? Did you have any symptoms? And we also took accepted surveys from people who did not experience any symptoms. And we also asked questions as to whether or not they sought medical care because of the symptoms that they felt. We also asked about, we wanted to find out whether people received health information and how they received that information. For example, did they receive it from the news, from social media, or from the county? We recognize that folks living in our communities don't always speak English, and for that matter, sometimes don't speak Spanish as well, which is a common language here in Monterey County. So we provided a number that people could call and receive assistance with translation if they wanted to complete the survey in languages other than English and other than Spanish. The survey opened on February 19th, and it just closed on March 16th, and we received a little over 1,500 survey responses. And this will be, our staff will be working on reviewing the survey results, and we hope to provide a summary of information, and we'll be sharing it publicly through the county website. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Moreno. So as we move towards recovery, I think it's really important to note that debris removal of this quantity and complexity has never been done before. There have been previous incidents throughout the country and the state to a much smaller scale. But as the county and our state and federal regulatory partners and Vistra work towards remediating the site, it's extremely important to note that this will be complex. It will take some time. There are a variety of regulatory and compliance hurdles that will need to be addressed. Site safety is ultimately the priority as they navigate each step, ensuring that staff that are engaging in the remediation activities are safe, that they're reducing potential reignition risks, that they're creating a safe workspace, and that ultimately threats beyond the fence are reduced during the transportation of debris. And so throughout this entire process, there will be continued testing and monitoring within the fence line. And I appreciate and want to thank in advance the community for their patience as we navigate this complexity. There is every day a new challenge and a new strategy, and ultimately we're working under a well-known framework with changing variables every single day. And so we have some of the nation's subject matter experts with the US EPA assisting us in navigating those operational complexities. But again, this is a moving target. Ultimately, our priority is safety of the personnel on site as well as safety of the community. We have outlined the entire debris removal process into 3 phases. The first step is really to reduce the risk of reignition or flare-ups due to the damaged or destroyed batteries within the debris footprint. This step is regulated with oversight by the US EPA, the County of Monterey Health Department, Environmental Health Bureau, and the County of Monterey Housing and Community Development Department. As of today, battery delinking round 1 has been completed. And what this means is that of the remaining batteries that were not destroyed, there was approximately 60% that were actually accessible due to the structural integrity of the facility that was destroyed. And so they have been able to delink those batteries that were safely accessible by staff. And that has been completed as of last week. Moving forward, it's our understanding that Vistra is working to stabilize the structure such that they can start delinking the remaining batteries and begin removing and staging them and preparing them for de-energization with the intention of packaging, transporting, and disposing them off-site. Phase 2 is structural debris removal, or demolition and debris removal. And so hopefully we'll be moving into that phase within the next year is our hope. But as I said previously, this is a very dynamic situation that changes just about daily. And so as these processes unfold, we'll be updating this body as well as the public. But at this juncture, we can't necessarily provide really hard anticipated duration or anticipated length of time for each phase. And then phase 3 is ultimately the site cleanup and restoration and inspection by the Environmental Health Bureau, as well as the Central Coast Regional Water Quality Control Board and the California Department of Toxic Substances Control. This is an infographic to help conceptualize what we're talking about in terms of our transition from response to recovery. We are ultimately, as I had said before, navigating out of response and into long-term recovery. So long as there are lithium-ion batteries within the premise, there is a risk, depending on the phase, either greater or lesser risk of reignition or a flare-up of the remaining batteries. So as I said, we're not necessarily out of the woods just yet, but we are rapidly navigating towards that intermediate recovery, long-term recovery phase. I think what's most notable about this slide is that There are multiple phases that will likely occur simultaneously. Some may start and stop or pause. Some may have to reevaluate what the strategy is. But ultimately, as I had mentioned previously, this is a very dynamic process. And we are doing our best to work with Vistra to get a sense of their work plans, especially those that are regulated by the county. As I had mentioned before, the battery delinking round one has been completed as of last week, and our understanding is that Vistra is working towards removing batteries and staging them within the fence line, but outside of the footprint of the ash footprint or the destroyed structure. Within that phase, the intention is to space the battery racks apart from each other such that they can reduce the possibility of reignition and begin the ultimately the de-energization process. Simultaneously, it is our understanding that they are working with Housing and Community Development to submit applications for the necessary permits to conduct emergency structural stabilization activities to allow for staff to get to those remaining batteries. And with that, I will hand it over to Nick Pasculi regarding our public information activities to date.
Good afternoon, Board, CAO De La Rosa, County Council, and of course the public. This continues to be a dynamic subject matter for the media and for public information. Today, we can definitely say this has had global ramifications. It has been a story globally, certainly around the world and certainly within our own community. I want to start out by thanking the community for staying engaged and seeking out the information. I think that's critically important. And I also want to thank the many organizations that have been participating in our Joint Information Center, which was opened on January 19th and remains open to this day. So we still continue to meet on a weekly basis with members of many organizations to include Vistra, North County Fire Protection District, the County of Monterey, of course, the County Administrative Office, Public Health, Environmental Health, Emergency Management, Sheriff's Office, Agricultural Commissioner's Office, County of Santa Cruz, County of San Benito, U.S. EPA, CAL FIRE, California Highway Patrol, Taylor Farms, California Strawberry Commission, Grower Shipper Association, and C. Monterey, the hospitality industry. And so our goal has been to keep these groups engaged so that we can continue to put out timely, accurate, and transparent information to the public. To this day, we have held 5 specific press conferences just dealing with this particular incident. We've had 9 press briefings, with the Moss Landing incident being a major topic of those press briefings, which are held every Wednesday. And for the public, if the public's interested, you can always view the recordings of those briefings on our YouTube channel, as well as our Facebook page, as those are carried live when we do broadcasts on Wednesdays. There have been well over 700 media engagements, meaning phone calls we've received from media from around the country and around the world, frankly. Next slide, please. We have developed some very useful resources for the community as well as the media to look at. The information resources are on readymontereycounty.org, and that includes a current emergency information page with a lot of useful information and where we publish reports as they become available and as those reports are made public. And most importantly, I think, is the new disaster recovery page that was just recently launched, and that has detailed information as Kelsey outlined in the plan. That information is outlined for the public to be easily digestible and understandable. To date, we have had 35,632 web views. There are about over 20,500 active viewers or users of these web pages on the current emergency information page. And on the new page, this data is as of last Thursday. We've had 590 views with 434 active users. We created QR codes to make them easy for the public to get to on mobile devices. A special thanks to County Information Technology Department for working so hard and so diligently to get this information up quickly quickly. It was done in lightning speed and with great care and great quality. And also a shout out to all the county communications folks in not just the county administrative office, but in other departments throughout the county, which helped us in getting information out. This continues to be a dynamic matter for us. We're handling on a daily basis multiple inquiries a day with regard to Moss Landing, and we will continue to do so in as timely and transparent way as possible. Thank you.
And with that concludes our presentation. Again, I wanted to reiterate our thanks to the community for their active engagement and all of our disaster service workers throughout the response and recovery efforts. So thank you.
We share your appreciation. Thank you, Kelsey. I'm going to go to the board for comments or questions at this time.
I'm going to wait till the public.
Supervisor Daniels?
Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you so much for this presentation, and I'm really glad we're having regular opportunities like this. As we move to the from response to recovery, I was happy to hear about the MAC group that you mentioned. My first question, and they're all related to the same thing, is how often does that group meet?
So the MAC group meets weekly. As one large group, and each of these subgroups meets once or twice a week as well. So there are approximately, I want to say 10 different groups meeting multiple times per week.
You find the state agencies in that group have been responsive and helpful? And
they have been tremendous leaders and resources in helping us navigate a really complex situation and providing ample resources to support those endeavors.
So that's great, and that's helpful in terms of the second part of my question, which is, as you're giving this presentation, I'm thinking about the recovery and how we engage in mitigation efforts for something that's relatively invisible, right? Mm-hmm. We can't necessarily see the impacts on the ground. If it's a heavy metal, it could just blend in, for example. And so I'm thinking about the impacts to biotic resources, which was one of the things that one of those subgroups was focusing on. And just my question is, do you feel like you have the resources, and how will we know we are adequately addressing the mitigations necessary for our biotic resources when it's somewhat invisible?
Yeah, I can defer to environmental health regarding their process, but ultimately, I think what is most useful is that environmental health has a very prescribed process for gathering information and analyzing information. We saw the public health team do this during COVID in addressing somewhat of an invisible threat, identifying potential metrics for impacts in the community and communicating those threats. I think through this health assessment team and ultimately environmental health, particularly the the community sampling plan is really that opportunity to continue to look into the concerns that the community has, that we have, that you have, that the state has about long-term impacts. And so with that, I'll actually hand it to Nikki to talk about what that community sampling plan might address, including biotic resources.
Thank you, Kelsey. Ultimately, the community sampling plan, as the framework of it that has been produced so far, is primarily focused on the human health risk assessment and establishing those. However, I do believe that the information that will be included in that will be useful for decisions to help prescribe the extent of environmental testing that could be required. The Biota group has a large amount of expertise available, but they have expressed the need for additional financial resources to help support their the analysis of their lab collections. They are proceeding to collect samples and freeze them so that they're available when funding becomes available to actually do the analysis.
I realize that was not an easy question. I'm just very appreciative. It was just triggered by your presentation and something that's on my mind. So thank you both so much for that.
Supervisor Alejo, ask you any questions or comments before we go to the public? All right, and we'll go to the public for public comment. We'll allow 2 minutes per speaker. This is your opportunity to share thoughts and comments with us on this presentation. We invite you forward, please.
Hello, I want to help the county meet their mission to collect and communicate sampling. We need the county's help gathering all the data. The county has put some data on their website, but not all the data. We need all the data, including the summary of air quality data from the state. We also want the raw data, not just the summaries. The air quality data provided was only to January 20th and was only the hourly averages. And the spreadsheet had errors in it, so I'd really like the raw data. In addition to that, HF was increasing when the EPA demobilized on the 20th. We would also like sampling data provided by any third party. Please help us get a copy of the air, soil, water, and surface wipe data available and put it in a public place on the website. No records have been available regarding the temperature readings of the fire. The North Monterey County Fire Department has told us that they don't even have a copy of the fire readings, temperatures. So please provide that data. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
I'm Ed Mitchell from North County, member Never Again Moss Landing First. I'd like to thank you personally. You spoke very well and brought up the priority of the public. Thank you. Your whole team's doing a good job. We probably more than many other people know how much work you're doing. We're working 12 to 14-hour days. First, I want to tell you that I doubt that you have your own inspector, like a code enforcement officer that walks out to Vistra and does a decision and maybe red tagging them for some reason. I just don't think you have the people, the money, or the time. So we've stepped in to be helpful. In your email boxes, you will each find a email from me that's carrying a link that you can get to Epic Times report. Think of them as like a upper level investigation team. There's some critical information that you need to see on that and interpret it for yourself. But of all the people, especially these that are working with other agencies that are actually trying to do a good job, there are some players that are not in your park. You need to be aware that they will be doing things or have a history of doing things that sometimes is not transparent or fair and open and honest. Also, we've volunteered to do our own investigation, and that'll be coming forward probably in the next 30 days, and I would believe it'll have some significant media coverage. I think you might be impressed on what you get to read, and your information officer ought to get a copy of it too. He's been doing a good job. Here's the things about heavy metal that we don't see, and we think we should be able to see, we think you need to see in order to get a feel for the magnitude. What is the sampling that's been done of the black residue that's sitting where the fire occurred? Now, I commend the...
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell.
The other areas. Sure.
Anybody else in the room?
My name is Brian Roeder. I am a resident over in Prunedale and a member of Never Again Moss Landing. I want to thank the board for making this disaster a priority in your agenda and the time you're devoting. And I really want to thank the staff today for the work that you've done. I think it's very helpful and it's an important part of trying to understand what's happened and what the impacts are. It was a very complete, informative report, and I'll be doing everything I can to share that with the public so they understand the work you've been doing. Part of what I'm trying to do personally and what we're trying to do is to reduce conspiracy theories. You know, people don't show up, but they speculate, and that gets out, and we want to do what we can to make sure that's not something you're having to deal with. I do hope that you'll share this presentation online and push it out to the press and the media. They can parse it as they see fit, but there's a lot of really good information here. And if you'll make it available, we'll try and do the same with the public. My ask today is that you recognize that there are people now seeking help from law firms, and there's a reason for that. At the end of the day, those firms have the resources to try and help these people to both understand what was done. They may be a resource for all of you in their research. They can bring enormous resources to bear. I have heard that there's a Santa Cruz supervisor who dismissed our citizens as ambulance chasers looking to make a buck off Vistra. I do hope that the compassion I'm seeing here with this board will continue, and that as residents do their best to try and find a way to become whole after this, that you'll continue to remember that those citizens have been injured and that they're trying to find solutions. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the room?
Chair Lopez, might I make a comment about the PowerPoint?
Let's wait till after. Okay. Thank you. Please.
Hi, Matt McFall, nature and wildlife advocate, photographer at the Slough. When I was doing an interview with Status Quo News along with Brian, right in front of Mbari, there was a crew that drove by us in a Wagoneer looking pretty sketchy, ex-military dudes. And it was kind of funny because they gave the stare down. You could see me in the interview leave, and I went to get my camera. When I came out, I started looking at what they were looking at, saw a sensor on a fence, checked the serial numbers, got photos of the sensor, the guys, their Nevada plates with Sharpied in expiration sticker, which was actually 6 years expired, even though it was Sharpied in. We asked them what they were doing. They said they were testing the rainwater, which I don't know why CTEH would have a reason to lie, but I'm curious if you guys have the information that these sensors were gathering, because everybody there wasn't feeling too good. Even the reporter, you know, she needed to get out of there. That's all.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Nancy Russell, and I really do appreciate all the work you're doing. I live in Moss Landing Heights, and as far as I know, we have still not been tested. Our neighborhood is small. It's not very high, but it is very close to the power plant, and we would really like to be tested. I've heard that it's going to happen, but we don't know when. Many of us have paid for our own testing. We don't have the results yet, but that's really my main concern. We weren't as affected as people east were of the first fire, but we were affected, and we live right there. It is a neighbor. They are our neighbors. So I just want to bring that up. I don't want us to be forgotten. Thank you.
Ms. Russell. Anybody else in the room?
Hello, my name is Rebecca Little. I'm from Prunedale, and I appreciate all the information that you shared with us today. I just have a few questions. I wanted to find out why it was over 2 years or whatever it was to clean this up. That's the question that I have. I don't know if you guys can answer that at this point, but that seems like a long time. And so anyway, that's the question. Another question is, how does the county even regulate what's going on there at the plant? And how do we get the information from, where do we get it from what they're testing? That you say they're testing on an ongoing basis. Where do we get the information from that? How do we pull it? When do we pull it? Kind of thing. And also, where does the debris go? How does it get taken out? And where does it go to? Where does it stay? What happens to it? Let's see. And just basically, where do we find the information that they're doing it? And who's paying for it? Who's paying for all of this? Is another question. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else in the room? All right, we're going to go to Zoom.
Michelle Clary.
Can you hear me? Can you guys hear? Can you guys hear?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Great report. Just some questions. You guys are reporting out for the total number of evacuated, which is great, but there are so many of us that are outside of the evacuation area. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm Michelle Clary from Royal Oaks. My apologies. But there's so many of us outside of the evacuation zone that are all impacted. It would really be great to have the larger number reflected, because when these numbers go out, they think it's a small subset that were impacted, and it's not. It's a large amount. Again, with the toxins, what's happening to that toxic ash with the rainfall that we're getting and the high winds that are going on? We can drive past on Dolan Road and you could smell it. It's so strong. But again, it's going somewhere. It's not staying in that building. We all know that. So who's monitoring that? With the samples, of course, yes, I'm glad you guys are doing more, but 8 samples are not enough. And again, it impacted so many of us outside of those levels, and I'm glad you guys are getting more. When the removal part happens, I really want to make sure that we get zones of where they're going to be transporting the stuff out of, where those routes are going to be, because we know if it's on the trucks, it has a possibility to get distributed around those areas, and we need to track that as well. It's very toxic. Vistra is failing to publish their results, and they're blocking out media. So they're not really being forthcoming in what's going on. So again, I hope the county is pushing Vistra for that information. And again, there's been a big uptick in these lithium-ion battery fires. From when this incident started at 70, we're over 93 now. And again, if we cannot put these out, we shouldn't have them here. And again, even looking at some of the additional data from these types of fires, I have a feeling that the Tesla containers are actually still too close. So you might need to look at, do those need to be spread out? Because there's a big chance of one of those containers.
We're over time. Thank you. Next.
Thank you.
Phone number ending in 902.
Yes, this is Nina Beatty. Thank you for the presentation. I did not see any mention of the San Jose State University's data on showing elevated heavy metal levels. One issue that gets talked about is below actionable levels, but what are the levels of heavy metals, for instance, and levels of hydrogen fluoride compared to known health effects from research? I didn't see the mention of San Benito County except once in the presentation. I hope that those residents as well as agriculture farms there's discussion ongoing about the situation. The Army Corps of Engineers plan to dredge the harbor. I hope the county is taking action to stop that dredging until all the sampling can be done. Another question, has the county contacted toxicologists to brief local doctors and hospitals on symptoms and effects from hydrogen fluoride exposure and heavy metal exposure, as well as to brief the county? And has the health department interacted with people who are having those health impacts, who are ill? There needs to be, in the presentation, it talked about information that the county can regulate, but the public needs full information for both county, state, and federal jurisdiction and regulation as far as what's happening with the site. They need all the information, regardless of whether it's the county doesn't have jurisdiction over certain elements. I agree. Where does the debris go? There was no information on initial disposal of debris when the site was constructed. That needs to change. We need information on that. On the meetings with Taylor Farms, the California Strawberry Commission, and the other parties, are those meetings videoed for the public to watch?
Thank you, Ms. Beatty.
And I think that's all I have for now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker.
Skylar Sakulis.
Skylar?
Muting.
Go to the next. That's it.
the last.
Skylar, final call.
No, there's a Gabriel. Gabriel?
Hello, can you hear me?
We can.
Great. Thank you so much. My name is Gabriel Trianfi. I own a home in Moss Landing Heights. I have two questions to put forth. I have been in contact with the Department of Environmental Health. I want to reiterate what Nancy Russell shared, which is Moss Landing Heights is roughly 50 homes. It's the largest community of homeowners within 5,000 feet of the plant, and has been subject to 2 shelter-in-places so far, as well as part of the larger evacuation that dates back to 2022. And at no point in time has any county official or department done any testing in our neighborhood for heavy metals. I understand there's a plan forthcoming. I'm obligated to bring it up again because in the past we have been told by environmental health we would be included in sample collection, but then we're not. And so I just want to bring up again, this is very, very close. And it seems like following the department chief's perspective in press conferences that, we won't know anything unless we actually measure something. So again, a plea to do some measurement in that neighborhood so we can understand. Second of all, I understand there were 8 sample collection sites for surface sample collection. No one's ever said why 8 is sufficient. There's been no scientific reason. The only reason is we think they fall within the plume. But again, our community is to the south and has been subject to prior shelter-in-places, as well as shelter-in-places after the original event in the secondary combustion event. So would like to hear more about why we would base all of our judgments on 8 sample sites and not something more. And I have not heard that from anyone in any meeting that I've attended or any public materials. Thank you for considering those questions and that request.
Thank you. All right, seeing no other hands up, we're going to go ahead and close public comment, bring it back. I'm going to look to Supervisor Church, see if you want to go first.
Sure, thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, I think Kelsey Scanlon had something she wanted to respond to from one of the commenters, so if I could.
Right. Responses to any of the public comment you'd like to make?
I wanted to notify the gentleman from Never Again Moss Landing that there was a revised PowerPoint. We were unable to present it here, but there is an updated copy, so you can get the original and the updated one as well. Through the clerk of the board.
Thank you. I think, for all of us, for the community, for us here in the counties, this is really just sort of uncharted territory because this is not something you have a template on. This isn't, this isn't like it's a regular wildfire or a regular, if there is such a thing as a regular industrial accident. This is a real exceptional circumstance that hasn't happened really before, particularly on this level. So it makes it challenging as we go through this process where everybody's sort of learning as we go. We're setting a template for the future because I think we all realize these batteries are going to be around for a while. We're going to make a few missteps here and there, and it's trying to minimize them, but it's all going to be good for the for the future in terms of what may happen elsewhere as well, and also for our own future here too, because we still have these batteries as well sitting here. One of the, thank the health department and you, Kelsey, and everybody put together this report. It's really comprehensive. I know we're going to have some regular updates, and every month there's going to be something new to report. There's, different steps we're taking, such as health survey, which I think the information is now being compiled and will be really helpful to see in some kind of a systematic format better what the health concerns are in the community instead of just picking up concerns from people somewhat randomly. So that's a good step forward. I know there's a lot of concerns about the debris removal and what's going to happen. My understanding is there hasn't been a permit sought yet. I don't know, Mr. Spencer, if you feel comfortable kind of explaining how this process goes a little bit, and who would actually be doing the cleanup. My understanding is probably a third party that does it. I don't know. I'm sure you can fill in some of the details here.
Thank you, Supervisor Church and Board. Craig Spencer with Housing and Community Development. We've been in discussion with Vistra, and our understanding is Vistra's working to engage engineers and contractors to get the information to submit to us on first how they're going to stabilize the site. So shoring up the site so that it's safe to access is the first step. That would involve the wall, the photo that was shown on the slideshow. There's a standing wall that is not safe at the moment for people to work under, and there are multiple floors within the building that have collapsed on top of each other. So shoring that all up so it's safe to access will be the first step. They're going to provide us with the information and we'll process a permit. It will be something that is heavily regulated through our partners, the MAC partners, I think, and the state and the EPA, and it will be inspected. They will then have access to all of the rest of what is in the building so that they can formulate the plans for the complete demolition and removal of the batteries, which will be a later permit.
Thank you. I felt that was a good thing for the public to understand is on the process in there. I know there was somebody made a comment about this, this taking up to possibly a year or two, probably beyond a year, but closer to maybe even 2 years to really do the cleanup. And I think we all would like to get that material out there as soon as possible. But the fact is, as Mr. Spencer pointed out, there's a wall there that's unstable. The material that there is unstable. It's going to take engineers coming in. It's going to take a lot of planning because this isn't like you just had a spill on a highway and you get a loader out there and scoop it up. It's got to be done deliberately and carefully so there isn't a fire that gets reignited, so that there isn't material that gets spread around into the air. It has to be done in a really constrained element out of that, and I'm believe we're heading in the right step onto that. It's just unfortunate it takes so long. I agree. This is not something that's going to go away anytime soon. There was also mention about that we're continuing to do testing inside the fence line. Could maybe do a little broad picture of that? I know Mr. Mitchell had raised some concerns on that, and maybe just this. I know this is a lot as we learn as we go, and there's probably going to be testing that comes along as we process. But could you give a picture, a little bit of what's being done and what plans are being done?
Yeah, I will defer to environmental health regarding what they're expecting and asking Vistra to conduct inside the fence line. But my understanding is that sampling of the debris and where the batteries will be staged is generally expected. So monitoring the soil surface where the batteries will be staged before and after, and of the actual debris. But I will defer to Rick.
Board members, Rick Encarnacion, Director of Environmental Health. That is correct. Just like in every routine process where there's a cleanup, we want to paint a picture of the before and the after. So what we want to do is we do a phased approach where we require, in terms of their work plan, what is there, and then they go through the work plan, and then what is after. And we should show a change that would definitely validate a cleanup.
In terms of the some of the residue and the material that's there, do you know if there's, as we go through the cleanup on that, is some of that going to be tested? I know anything that's lithium oriented isn't going to be disposed of in this county because we don't have a facility for that. We'll have to go outside to a proper landfill, but there may be building material such as that wall which isn't contaminated, and then that might be viewed somewhat differently. But I'm assuming there's going to be testing to separate that material.
Yes, that is correct, Supervisor. There are very strict controls on how debris is transported, what it is, how much of it, and where it goes. Environmental health, we also are the health inspectors for solid waste and landfills, and making sure stuff goes where it should go. So all of that will be in the permit, planning first, approval, and then execution.
Thank you very much. I think the last thing I wanted just to comment on, there was somebody who made a statement about wanting to know what the temperatures of the fire was. Being I was there on site with some of the fire officials, and I saw some of the heat maps they're using on infrared, but I don't know if there was ever actually, and I can't speak for them, but from my own self, I never saw any actual numbers of temperature that were readings or that were monitored onto that way. There was heat spots that were monitored to see where the fire might be potentially spreading to. But in terms of the actual numbers, I'm not sure if that's there. You might have to check with North County Fire onto that. Okay.
Supervisor Daniels.
Thank you. And I just jotted down some of the things that I was interested in that the public brought up. So when you do have the opportunity, I'll just read them through. This is a reiteration of some of the things we heard. One, Supervisor Church just brought up this black residue that's, it sounds like in the facility, but perhaps out in the community, and the question of whether or not there was sampling being done of the black residue. And the second question came from a couple different folks with questions about rainwater and whether rainwater was being monitored or tested. Actually, scratch that. That was the person who came to the, somebody said they were testing rainwater. The question was the impact of the rain on the debris, and if folks were monitoring the impact of the rain on the debris. And then there was a question I felt like we could answer, even if we don't know with certainty, but the question about who's paying for all of this, and perhaps what role Vistra might ultimately play in that, in a perfect world. And then another question was about the CTEH results and whether or not that was available or viewable by the public. And I think that was all the ones that I had. And then whether or not Moss Landing Heights was going to get tested in this next round of testing. Thank you.
I can address some of those, and then I'll defer to Nikki Fowler. Valerie, would you mind sharing my screen again, please? Oh, okay. Perfect. Thank you. Thank you, IT. So I believe this is the black residue that we're all talking about. So as Rick had just mentioned, there are expectations that the debris is sampled. And so my understanding, Rick, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that the black residue within the structure will be sampled as well. The second question was about... Oh, yes.
Monitored.
Yep. So there are tanks within the area, to the best of my knowledge, that collect runoff. And so before that's discharged or moved from the tanks, it's tested by Vistra to meet environmental requirements before it's either released or transported for treatment. And so that sampling is ongoing and has been since night one. And I can't speak to whether or not they've removed any water from the tanks, but they are actively testing for any toxic runoff, which to my knowledge has not occurred. There is also, I know, somewhat controversial of how the fire was suppressed or lack thereof, because there was not an active firefight with water suppressive activities. It means there was not significant runoff. And so to my knowledge, that is actually one of the lesser risks at this juncture.
Okay. And then the CTEH results, is that available for the public, or is that something that Vistra holds?
Ultimately, as CTEH being the responsible party's consultant, they're, I think, provided the information first. But as that information is made available to the EPA, they're digesting it, interpreting it, and then passing it down to us at the local, the county level. And so we do have intention of providing the air monitoring results that are available to us currently on the website as part of this GIS rollout that'll be coming within the next 2 weeks or so.
And then the last question was just one that, I don't know how whoever's the best person to answer, but it's, I think the question that came from the public was, are we paying for this in the public? How is this being paid for? And I think we could give some better direction on how that ultimately looks.
Yeah, we are pursuing reimbursement from Vistra, the extent of which is still, being fleshed out.
Understood. Thank you both again so much. Tremendous job.
Supervisor Alejo.
Thank you very much, first of all, to our staff. And I also, along with my colleagues, appreciate the fact that we're doing this every month, at least to get an update with the latest. I think the public deserves that. And I think it also sheds light that we're not sitting back. In fact, our staff every day, every week, are continue to work with other stakeholders, with neighbors, with agricultural leaders to address all the different concerns that continue. So I think that's good. But we also know that a major emergency of this kind involving a chemical fire at the largest battery storage facility in the world, that there was no response playbook, right? Despite that there has been other fires in other parts of California, other parts of the country regarding battery plants. There hasn't been, I think, protocols of how best for communities to deal with the concerns that arise in the aftermath of a major incident such as this. And I think we're trying to take the steps to show the community we're trying to do this right, that we're trying to do it based on the best evidence, the best science, the best information, not on misinformation as well. I think, and that's not unique to this issue. We dealt with misinformation during the floods. We did misinformation during COVID. I mean, we know that that's an ongoing effort, and that's why I think our county has invested in really improving our communications staff and resources to do a better job at this. But I think in all these different aspects, I think it's important to keep moving forward, because some of these pieces are intertwined, not only to learn from what occurred here and hopefully avoid it happening in the future, and also having different technologies in place to give us answers quicker, such as air quality, but now providing the information on the soil, on the water. But also, I think it's important for the public to realize that that at this burned down facility, there is dangers for workers that will come in eventually at some point to clean up, that there's dangers because of the energy still trapped in these batteries, right? And there's numerous steps that need to be taken so that it could get to a point where a crew, and I certainly want to protect their safety and their health as well. And that's why we have to do it with all due diligence and all the proper Cal OSHA and all of the other safety and fire standards to make sure that done is safely. And then obviously, as everybody is asking, where will it go? How will that be done? Because even the transport of whatever's cleaned up will be a concern to somebody on its path to wherever the ultimate destination is. But I just want to commend our staff to try to give the best answers. I know there's been many press briefings. The new website is up. Even though it doesn't have all the information, over time it will be filled in as we get closer, as we get more evidence. It will be updated to give the public more information, all those different sections. But at least the outline is there of what some of those steps are, but with that caveat that it may change, because we are learning as we go, as we haven't had an incident of this kind type before at this level before, and so I want to commend those efforts. But I think I just want to convey that we take this with all due seriousness, that we want to work to keep moving forward, and that we want to try to give ongoing answers to the public as soon as we get them and make them available, but making sure that it's verified, that it's sound. Because all this will at some point get scrutinized. And then lastly, we know sometimes all the answers, I mean, the biggest answers that the public will wait for is how did this fire get started at some point? I know that's the focus of litigation. Sometimes it gets heard in our judicial courts and hearings. That's where a lot of the expert evidence and all that will play out. But so even that process, it's moving forward at some point, and we'll be providing answers through those legal routes as well. I think that's all I have to say, but I look forward to continue to get this information, and I think all of us can look forward to continue to give the best answers to the public as we get them. Thank you.
Supervisor Askew?
Yeah, thank you. I just want to thank the public that continues to remain so engaged with the questions that you're raising. Some of them are definitely questions that I know I have, and I know I'm hearing my colleagues raise in the spaces that we're in. Some of them are new, and you bringing them forward to us is helpful. So I just want to say thank you. Please continue to remain engaged and bring the perspectives that you have forward, because I think collectively it's going to help us make sure that we're not missing anything. And you do have a perspective that it's different from where I sit. This has continued to be a topic of conversation in every space that I find myself in. I was with a convening of state and county and city elected officials this weekend. And in almost every conversation, this topic came up. Our experience, the experience that those folks are having in their communities. So it was an ongoing dialogue with lots of questions, their experiences, and many more questions that are now added to my list as well as we continue to talk and learn and grow in sort of the questions of someone had asked about regulatory authority too, and where that regulatory authority lies at a local level. So I will just mention, and I missed some of the earlier presentation here, but pleased to see that the CPUC is moving forward to take on a stronger role in regulatory in owning their authority in terms of regulation. I had an opportunity to talk with some state officials about Moss Landing in our experience, and they were saying, well, do you need more local expertise? And I said, no, like you can't just leave this to the county. Like we need the state to have to take this on. We need the state to own this. This is not just something that sits in county by county. You cannot regulate these types of situations on a county by county basis. This is of statewide importance. And when you have, when we have, and will continue to have, and if we continue to have storage facilities of this magnitude spread throughout the state, we have to have statewide regulatory authority and statewide standards if we're going to prioritize safety, which we must prioritize safety. So it was an interesting conversation, but to realize that even with our statewide leaders, that realization and that understanding that we still need to press that press the critical importance of that onto folks who really sit in those positions was, for me, continues to be an awareness that collectively we have work to do. There was someone else who talked about, it was the first commenter about data and wanting to make sure that we're continuing to post data. I will say, like, we want the data too. And so thank you for going on record and asking for it. We will continue to press for the data from the state and from the partners who are collecting data. I think it's one of those dynamics where we have our county environmental health, but it's not the county environmental health as the lead on cleanup, but we're trying to work and make sure we're collecting data to make sure it becomes public, because it is important. And as a Sentinel event, if we don't collect this data and make it available and make sure that the information is being shared in a way that it is accessible, it won't be shared potentially by other parties. And so, again, I just want to say thank you for continuing to be engaged in the process and in the conversation. As we continue to move forward. I had some other notes and questions here. I think my colleagues asked some of the other questions that I had, but again, I just want to our team, thank you for continuing to be as transparent with the information that we do have available to us. I know that we want to continue taking everything that we have, even sometimes when it feels incomplete. And I know that there's a tension, right? There's this tension of like, until we have all of the information, do we put it out? But I know that we've been pushing to push everything that we do have out to the public, knowing that the public sometimes is, saying this is incomplete, but it is what we have available to us. And so I think collectively we can acknowledge that we're in this together, trying to figure out how to write a playbook that doesn't exist. Hopefully other communities won't need our playbook in the future, but we can take what we've learned and I think push forward, knowing that the safety of not just Moss Landing, but the safety of all communities who rely on battery storage or who are part of this larger system are going to benefit from what we've learned here and how we use our experience to influence state policy. So thank you.
Right. I think that leaves me. So at this point, I just want to signal a deep appreciation again to staff as well as the community for the continued engagement. As has been said, this isn't something that any other community has experienced in this way at this proximity. So we're learning together as we go through this. I won't belabor the points that have been raised by my colleagues and the public. I share the concerns, the questions, and appreciate the responses that we've been able to get today. I think there's additional requests for information, specifically extended testing, and I share that desire as well as the desire to have that information as soon as readily available turned over to the public for consumption and interpretation. And so with that, I think that all my other comments have been captured by my colleagues up here and by the public, and I'll go ahead and wrap this item up and see if there's any other items that staff wants to make sure we know before we close this item out.
Regarding Moss Landing Heights, we will discuss potentially including that in the community sampling plan.
I'll just add, not potentially. It's listed. There's 2 sample sites there.
I didn't want to commit you. Yeah.
Thank you, Kelsey. No,
She committed herself. Way to
Yep.
go. All right, Nikki. So with that, we've concluded this item. Thank you all so much for continuing to engage with us on it. Thank you for being here. And with that, we're going to jump into item 34 to adopt a resolution to approve and authorize the increase of appropriations to the Sheriff's Office for a modified budget in Fund 01, appropriation amounting to $992,317 to fund the Sheriff's Office Reentry Resource Modular Building. We're going to Chief Deputy Sheriff Tim Lanquist. I believe he's with us on Zoom. We'll give him the floor.
Good afternoon, Chair Lopez, members of the board, CAO De La Rosa, Chief Deputy Tim Lanquist, the Corrections Operations Bureau Chief. As I reported to the Budget Committee yesterday, the Sheriff's Office is scheduled to break ground on its Reentry Resource Center at the end of this month. The Reentry Resource Center will provide pre-release services and outreach programs for individuals transitioning from incarceration, helping them to reintegrate into the community. Some of those services provided include employment training, counseling, housing support, and legal assistance. The Sheriff's Office previously received a $5 million award in CalAIM Justice Involved Round 3 grant funds. So the resolution in front of the board right now will allow the $992,317 requested to be moved from the grant funds that are held in trust right now to the Sheriff's budget to complete construction of that resource center. And with that, I'll answer any questions.
Supervisor, this is Sheriff Nieto. I want to talk about one thing that came up in one of the retreats, and I talked to the undersheriff, and the question came up, and I think it was Supervisor asked you about working with behavioral health. This round of grant funding, although behavioral health could have got part of it, they are there to support the behavioral health needs of inmates or probation should they have chosen to go after this grant funding. The question what they asked was whether we're working with them or not. We have talked with behavioral health. Staffing seems to be an issue on their side. I'm not going to answer for them, but those discussions are ongoing. So we can make sure that we take care of the health of the incarcerated people. Again, I want to reiterate that these grant fundings were very specific to probation, the jails, to behavioral health, to help with incarcerated persons for the linkage involved as they go back into our communities. The different CalAIM grants as they come out, there's very specific needs to those, what you can do with the monies and what you can't do with the monies. And so that's why we got a big chunk of this one. And I guess the question, why didn't the behavioral health get it? Because in this one, they're just a small part of the grant funding.
Thank you, Sheriff. I'll go to my colleagues for any questions. Seeing none. Supervisor Askew?
Yeah, thank you. We did have a chance to discuss this yesterday at Budget Committee, and I think we're fully supportive of the CalAIM grant implementation. This is money that's already been awarded to the Sheriff's Department for the CalAIM resource center work that they're doing and implementation of CalAIM. So it's really just sort of releasing the money for this purpose. And I think to clarify my comments, it wasn't why behavioral health received this grant. I think the comment that I made yesterday to the Sheriff's Office and was reiterating a discussion that occurred at our board retreat 2 weeks ago was urging and encouraging stronger collaboration between our county departments as it relates to the implementation of CalAIM programming. And there were comments made by different department heads at our board retreat about increased opportunities for collaboration and that we could be working with deeper collaborations than we currently are. And there was a desire broadly shared among department heads to work in deeper collaboration. So I know the sheriff wasn't able to attend that particular retreat, so I wanted to make sure we were sharing that feedback as this money is released to implement this portion of the CalAIM. I'm pleased that the sheriff is so engaged. I'm thrilled that the sheriff's department is doing this work to bring resources to our inmate population, and just wanted to make share and express encouragement for the opportunity, since we have resources, to continue collaboration between the sheriff's office, probation, bringing behavioral health into this space where we know folks would benefit from behavioral health services. So that's just to clarify the point. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, this also came to, I think, our Capital Improvements Committee, which we also supported. I just wanted to speak about the importance of this service. Obviously, everyone knows the Sheriff's Department plays a critical role in keeping our neighborhoods, communities safe with patrol, investigations, many other aspects of law enforcement. Also, the running a jail, holding people accountable once they go through the criminal justice system. And many, as we know, with AB 109, many people who used to go to prisons are now staying local here and held for longer periods in our jail. So the other piece of public safety is helping these people learn from their mistakes, get reintegrated back into society, getting jobs, getting the services, healthcare, other things they need, so they don't reoffend. We could keep our recidivism rate low, and that also is an important part of public safety and keeping our communities safe. So to be able to apply for a significant grant that could amplify this portion of their services and improving public safety, I think it's to be commended. And I hope that this will provide greater services for those inmates seeking to get back on the right track, and hopefully get jobs and be able to get the services that are out there available to them in our community. So I just wanted to just speak to that this is also an important piece of public safety. Thank you.
All right, let's go out to the public, see if there's any public input on this presentation. I see nobody coming forward in room. We see no hands going up via Zoom. So we'll close public comment, bring it back. All right, sounds like got a motion from Alejo. Second from Askew. Additional comments? No. All right, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Anybody opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. With that, we've concluded item.
Thank you.
We're going to go to, seeing no other board matters, item 35, referral matrix and new referrals. Seeing no new referrals, we're going to jump on to item 36 to receive an updated response to board referral number 2024.16, mental health services for children and families served at the Share Center. We'll turn that over to.
Good afternoon. Elsa Jimenez with the Health Department here. I can't see the whole room. Is my colleague, Director Franks, in the audience?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So I will defer to him to provide an update on the Department of Social Services on this referral. So in December, your board assigned this referral to the Health Department, County Council, and the County Administrative Office to explore the need and opportunity to provide on-site mental health services to families and individuals being served at the Share Center. And that's the piece that I will speak to, and then defer to my colleague, Director Franks, to address the second piece, which was with respect to modifications needed between the County of Monterey and the City of Salinas for the operation of the Share Center, as well as ensuring that there was a process to vet any changes with the Board of Supervisors prior to implementing those. So earlier this year, on January 28th, staff from your Health Department and Department of Social Services provided a preliminary update. In that update, I shared with you that our behavioral health team has been in conversations with CHS, or Community Human Services, who is currently the operator of the Share Center, regarding what needs they were seeing. And so between then and now, the staff have continued to assess individuals to make a determination whether or not the current process that they have in place is meeting the needs of the residents with respect to getting linked to behavioral health services, or if we needed to explore alternatives like bringing services on site. So with this last information that has been gathered, It appears that the current process that's in place at CHS, which is they do a comprehensive assessment of all individuals that are being considered for placement at the Share Center, and are able to link them and provide transportation to bring those individuals into the community to contracted behavioral health providers to help provide their mental health and or substance use disorder treatment services. As I mentioned, this process is working and CHS staff are able to provide transportation if the residents need that. Additionally, we are looking at making telehealth more of an option on site by dedicating one of the rooms at the Share Center that could be used to provide telehealth services. So as CHS is also a contracted provider with the Health Department, Behavioral Health as one of our specialty mental health and substance use disorder treatment providers, staff will continue to bring up the Share Center during our quarterly meetings with Community Human Services, just to see if there's been a change in terms of the needs that they're identifying and whether or not we should explore an alternative means of ensuring that the Share Center residents have access to behavioral health services. And so with that, if there are no questions on this specific piece, I'm happy to hand it over to Director Rodericks to speak to the MOU and the processes.
Director Franks.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Elsa. Chair Lopez and members of the board, Roderick Franks, Director of Social Services, County of Monterey. The process of responding to the referral has had the beneficial result of really the partners in this process engaging more thoroughly together than I have seen in quite some long time. So I appreciate that effort. We have looked at what it would take to reopen negotiations for the MOU and have realized that that could potentially be a long and drawn out process, which really we're looking for some more immediate relief to the concerns that were brought up in regards to the referral. In that light, we accepted the suggestion from Supervisor Alejo about potentially creating a side letter of agreement with the parties in this matter. We have explored that option, and that looks like quite a viable option for us to pursue. However, we were informed by County Council that a side letter containing the necessary level of detail and clarification would in fact require approval of the board on its own. Considering that and understanding that the current agreement between social services and the operator of the Share Center, Community Human Services, is up for renewal at the end of June, we are really looking at wrapping negotiation of the clarifying side letter agreement in with the negotiations for the new annual agreement and new annual budget with the Share Center. And those we hope to be coming before you sometime in May for the renewal before the June deadline. Also, in this process, it's required that we engage in collaborative discussions with the City of Salinas, because the City of Salinas also has to renew its annual agreement with Community Human Services as well. And we must work collaboratively together to ensure an appropriate budget is developed, along with operational guidelines. And so, I was just, we have prepared, in fact, a draft letter of agreement that we would be looking to negotiate with the parties in this matter. And really what it's doing is just clarifying the current terms and conditions of the current agreement that we have without necessarily altering the scope of the agreement, but just adding that extra level of clarity and direction about how to operationalize some of the terms and scope of the current agreement, along the lines of what was requested into the referral. And with that, that concludes my comments on this as well, and we look forward to additional agreement coming before the board for approval.
Supervisor Alejo.
Yes. First of all, towards Elsa on the first piece about mental health services for the kids and families at the Share Center, I agree. If there's existing mechanisms to provide the transportation, or the telehealth sounds great. To have that, they do have those private rooms that if there were a computer in there and the privacy, that could be a benefit to the residents to make it as easy as possible to have something on site and then also something off site. We have a new behavioral health clinic focused on children and families not too far from there. Transportation, if it's provided, I think would be great, and even provide more privacy for those families. But the telehealth gives them that on-site option as well. And I just want to make sure that it's intertwined, I guess, with casework that's done there at the Share Center, so that as families come in, that it's integrated, that they're trained how to make sure that they connect those families with those resources. And that would make me feel better about that, because as we all know, many of the children and families have lived or are living through very traumatic situations. It's traumatic just having to sleep in a car or out in an encampment somewhere, or to lose your home or lose your instability, your location where you used to live close to school. Having to come to a shelter is hard for many of the kids, as we see every Christmas. Many of the teenage kids don't want to be shown on video or take any photos because of how they feel about it. So I'm very cognizant of that, but being able to have services to be able to deal with those mental health issues that they've experienced and are experiencing, I think would be helpful. So thank you, Elsa, for that. I think it's good. On the second piece with Department of Social Services, I went back after our last meeting just to go reread the contract, and I want to first start whether it's needed, right? And I'm open to the side letter. There's also amendments, right? Section 2.2 of the agreement. It says the MOU may be amended by written administrative amendment executed by the city manager on behalf of the city and the county CAO, county administrative officer, or assistant county CAO on behalf of the county. So amendment could be done. That's by amendment. That's all it's required is city manager and the CAO have that. That's written into the agreement. But it also shows that it does need an amendment. I mean, it does need to be amended, because then I looked at the term. It's the next section, the paragraph 2.3. It says, how long will this agreement last? Under the term, it says the term of this MOU shall start effective on the effective date and shall terminate when the ground lease is entered between the county and a selected developer. And that's talking about the Eden housing portion, because both were kind of in this agreement to run the Share Center, and then the future development, which now Eden is the chosen affordable housing developer. It says it shall end when the agreement is between the county and the selected developer, or the shelter and housing are deemed by the county and the city to be complete, unless extended by agreement. So this seems to indicate, like, once the Eden housing project is completed, the Share project is already completed, so that portion is done. It's going to terminate anyways under this agreement. So it needs to be amended at some point in the future. Now, just to the overall language, if you read through it, it needs to be amended because, like I said, it was ran when it was identifying a developer and identifying an operator of a future construction and operation of a shelter and housing on Site 2. Site 2 is the land around the Share Center. So all the recitals and the articles all address just that, right? Selecting. There wasn't a process of when we need to change an operator, how to do that. That's fair to both in the county, and that also involves the Board of Supervisors at the beginning rather than the end. So if you look through it all the language, there's under Article 1 on responsibilities, it talks about the responsibility for the city, and it was all about just drafting an RFP. The city will manage the RFP. The city will publish and distribute the RFP. It's all that kind of language, just or doing the original RFP. Then it talks about city and county responsibilities in the next section, and it said they will make a recommendation for the selection of a shelter operator. My point here is that all of it doesn't address what needs to happen now moving forward, right? We got community human services. Whoever comes after them or renewing them, it should be reflected to have a present day language rather than where we were at when we just started this entire process. The other reason I think it's important, and I wanted to raise this today, and to all my colleagues, there was a very critical article in Cal Matters about the Share Center that I think was very unfair and sensational. it put the Share Center, along with some other shelters in Los Angeles and other parts of the state, they called them volunteer jails. And I was like, really? They said some of these, they put our Shell Center into a category that shelters are being a bridge to nowhere, right? That instead of, what's the language from the exact article here? It said these shelters are supposed to be a safe haven, but instead fuels a self-defeating cycle of homelessness. That's not the story of the Share Center, for sure. Yes, it hasn't been perfect. Yes, we've had a change in leadership. Yes, there's been a couple incidents that were reported in the article, and it's all put there that at one point some of the gifts during Christmas were being taken by some of the staff, that at one point staff were using it to put friends or family members there. I don't know how true it was or not, but these were the allegations. And I know those staff were disciplined and were no longer there. So it was a short period of time where things that shouldn't happen shouldn't, but they were held accountable, and from what I understood, those employees were terminated. We're not the internal HR department of Bay Area Community Services, so all that information is confidential, but there was accountability from where we stand at that point. But it doesn't reflect what happened at that point in time, doesn't reflect what happened for the last 3 to 4 years that the shelter has been open. So I think, in response, I think we have a duty to try to tell the real story of the Share Center, making sure we're giving the services that the Share Center is, not a bridge to nowhere, that it is a bridge to permanent housing and employment. And that's why that other piece I asked for was a transparency each year. How many people that we put into permanent housing, how many people that the Share Center get into employment, how many people that the Share Center get into mental health services. Those should be all part of our grade to the public of how we are doing and how it's being told. Otherwise, the misreporting that happened in that article becomes the dark shadow over the Share Center when there's so much benefit that it's had. It's been a place of last resort to so many dozens of families and individuals and seniors even, women, children, that otherwise would have had nowhere else to go. But it's our responsibility as a board, and it's responsibility of the City of Salinas and our partners who operate the Share Center to make sure that we are ensuring that this is a success story, that it is helping families, and not allow these other people who have never even been to the Share Center to rewrite the story and misrepresent what the Share Center has done and what it has meant for many of those families that we have served. I know that in the Share Center community, there's folks that want to criticize, and some people is who the reporter talked to. Some have valid complaints, but those complaints have been addressed because I was part of trying to bring those up, and luckily we've addressed many of those, But we call this doing God's work because it's not easy. There are families, individuals with many needs. We understand that requires patience, it requires specially trained staff, and it requires resources to help them be successful in the situation. So, Roderick, that's one of the main things I wanted to do is bring up this in light of a contract that even on its own terms may terminate anyways, open to other ways to address it, but also updating it for the future, and then making sure that we're able to address how we better tell the good stories and the successes of the Share Center and not leave it to other people to misrepresent the good work and collaboration that has happened here in our county.
Thank you so much, Supervisor. Just to jump in on a couple of points really quick. The Department of Social Services is the holder of the operational agreement with CHS. It's the County Administrative Office is the holder of the MOU. We would be more than happy to work with County Council and County Administrative Office on potentially considering, what new conditions of an ongoing MOU now that the Eden development is moving forward and that developer has been named, satisfying those conditions moving forward. We can certainly do that. In the meantime, we believe that the points that were raised in the referral about really clarifying what needs to be reported, how it does, how the Board of Supervisors and the Salinas City Council need to be notified with appropriate notice if there's changes or incidents that occur, and to solicit their involvement in decision-making and remedying if that's the case. So we'd still like to move forward with an operational side letter really clarifying that agreement. But I would like to say the Share Center is a safe place. The residents there are well cared for. it is safe. And that's one message that I want to go out to this community, to any persons who may have heard about that article or may have talked and are questioning or considering whether the Share Center would be a place to go for them to receive assistance. And by all means, I want to reassure any of those doubts, the Share Center is a safe place. I was just presented yesterday with 4 pages of client success stories that have occurred since September. And that's when Community Human Services really took over direct operational control. There was a transition period where BACS was there while Community Human Services was there from August to September. And I pulled up some quick data right before I came in. I didn't have a lot of time to really analyze it, but from what I could see since October, 37 of the residents in the Share Center have been moved to permanent housing. And it shows that even though in the midst of a new operator coming in, really gaining their feet and understanding the work, has created a safe place where people are experiencing success and transitioning into permanent housing as a result. And we only expect that those numbers to increase as the operator really begins to understand the work with greater efficiency and begins to fulfill the mission that's set out in our agreement. So I really appreciate your comments as well, and it's so true. Thank you.
Supervisor Daniels.
Thank you, Chair Lopez, and thank you, Director Franks, for the presentation, and to Ms. Jimenez. I didn't know about the article, so I was sort of just sitting here. You've got this, Supervisor Alejo, until I heard the article. Now I'm very offended about about the position. And I just wanted to speak up to say that, in my experience, and I'm not sure if you're even familiar with this necessarily, but I was the executive director of Gathering for Women when we opened Casa de Noche Buena with Community Human Services, and then worked in my capacity with Senator Laird on the opening of the Schumann Hart House. So I've worked extensively with Community Human Services. And then while working at Gathering for Women, I'm very, very clear about the benefits of services for folks when they are in one of our programs, and that their success in ultimately getting to permanent housing in many cases is directly proportional to the access that you have for the kinds of services that you need. And mental health, on-site mental health services is a big plus. I just wanted to speak up to say I would support this operational side letter, and that's the route that's what is needed. And I have no doubt that the successes that you're seeing since Community Human Services took over the Share Center will increase. And it is really important that we hear those success stories and that the community hears those success stories, because it's really exciting. It's like a pat on the back. You can and it just sort of builds. And so those numbers are critical. And they're an opportunity for not just transparency, but to be able to identify when something is missing from the program that needs to be added. So it sounds like that's what this referral really seeks to do. And I'm just really appreciative that I was here and got to be part of this today. Thank you.
All right, let's take this out to the public, see if there's any public input on this item. Seeing nobody in room, no hands up via Zoom, we'll bring it back. I don't know that we need additional direction or action today, given the report. Yeah.
I just have a question for the chair, through the chair. So at this juncture, as Director Franks indicated, his department with the CAO will be coming back with some sort of modification to the agreement or a side letter for your board's consideration. And we can definitely come back at a future point if you'd like to give you a status update on behavioral health, or if things change, maybe that could be the direction. If we need to pivot from what we're currently doing with CHS to make sure that the families are receiving the services that they need, that we come back and provide an update to the board. And if that's agreeable to you all, then maybe this referral could be deemed complete at this juncture.
I'll look to the referral maker.
Well, for the health service, I would say, Director Franks, I think if we're making some changes as part of that side letter, at least on the mental health services part, if it was put into I just want to formalize it, right? So that it's part of the ongoing, training and casework at the Share Center, that they are going to connect them with those mental health services. If that could be done and reassured as direction, that's what I want, to make sure that there's a process, there's a protocol to making sure that people are offered that as they come into the Share Center.
I could certainly work with Director Jimenez about including the process by which CHS would operationalize,
Yes.
making the referrals for behavioral health services as a part of clarifying the current scope of our operational agreement with CHS in the side letter. We could certainly work on that as well.
Yes.
Just I thought this may be it may be appropriate to have this come back to the 437H committee for an update. I think that would be a great place to, and if we're going to be changing the MOU at some point.
It is National Ag Day, so sending it back to 4-H committee I think would be appropriate. Yep.
National Ag Day, then yeah, so maybe that'd be a great place to bring it back to.
All right, so we've got some additional direction there. We're going to go ahead.
And so just to answer Elsa's question, I think she wants to be her part to be deemed, and I'm good with that as long as it gets formalized.
It's got a charge.
Yeah.
Okay,
all right.
Perfect. All right, we'll consider that item complete and jump into item 37, which is going to go to Director of Public Works, Facilities, and Parks, Randy Ishii, for a presentation.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Chair, CAO, and members of the board. As introduced, I'm Randy Ishii, Director of Public Works, Facilities, and Parks, here presenting on this item number 37. In the interest of time, staff has a very brief oral presentation, and with me on the line today are various members of the Public Works and Special District staff, in addition to Public Works, Facilities, and Parks finance staff. By way of brief background, in calendar year 2023, Public Works Special District staff were starting off on the what's called Prop 218 or rate study process for the sewer rates in the community of Pajaro, specifically for Pajaro County Sanitation District. Unfortunately, we experienced the March 2023 storms and flooding throughout the county, which affected the entire county. That resulted in a delay of the Prop 218 process. And as mentioned in the board report by way of reference, there was a refund provided to the constituents of Pajaro County Sanitation District when the flooding occurred and they were evacuated from their homes. As time progressed in calendar year 2024, staff proceeded with the Prop 218 process, which was inclusive of multiple town hall meetings held throughout different locations in Pajaro County Sanitation District's boundaries, such as in Pajaro proper, Las Lomas, Bay Farm, and other areas. In July of 2024, the Prop 218 process was concluded and a new rate was adopted through the ordinance process. Since that point in time, both the Supervisor District 2 office as well as the Public Works, Facilities, and Parks office has received inquiring calls. In some cases, they could be considered remonstration calls, specifically from the non-residential customers, aka the commercial businesses, food service establishments, industry, and so on. Not so much the residential customers, it was the businesses. Since that time, the supervisor of that district had submitted a board referral, and as such, staff worked very diligently and looked at multiple options to provide for the board for consideration today what would be considered a way to help the businesses stay in business, ease them into the new rates, of which the rates had not been adjusted for nearly a decade or more, and to help them stay in business and serve the constituents of the community of Pajaro. Staff looked at a high strength factor only rebate. However, that would only benefit a very small portion of the Pajaro County Sanitation District businesses, which are just the restaurants. We looked at an expansion of that, and the one that staff is proposing is one that we feel is fair and equitable to the non-residential customers, and that is a 50% rebate to all of the non-residential customers. In total, that amount for all those customers, again, in total, is approximately $217,514, as noted in the report. The ask is to use this from general fund contingencies. And as we conclude, this item was presented to the Budget Committee, and the Budget Committee supported the item in concept. And so with that, in conclusion, staff asks that the board consider adopting a resolution to A, use the general fund contingency to provide funding for rebate to ease non-residential customers, and so on as part of the board referral 2025.02. And B, to authorize and direct the auditor controller to transfer the funds and the other actions as noted in here. And as a budget item, this requires a 4/5 vote. That concludes staff's oral presentation, and we open up to the board for questions and comments. And thank you very much.
Thank you. Supervisor Church.
Thank you. Just want to kind of tag along here on Mr. Ishii's explanation is this, I think this sanitation district, he said 10 years, I think maybe closer to 15 years or somewhere around that line, where it has not had the rates adjusted. And when first year I was coming on here, there was some discussion on raising them up at that time. And then of course we had the floods. For both the residential and the non-residential rates, the rates are going to go up pretty significantly. The non-residential, we're talking moving them from about $30 to up to potentially $140 a month. And I was concerned about that, and we adjusted it down to that is an on par rate with other communities. It was a little more complicated trying to determine exactly what the business rates were going to be. And I was hoping that they weren't going to go up quite like this, but these rates have gone up for some of these businesses 10 times, which is extremely significant, being that they had a severe disruption from the flood back in 23. And while they have had some assistance from the state and everything, I mean, even for a well-functioning business to have your sanitation rates for some business go up 10 times, all of a sudden is a big gulp to take down at any one time. So I had heard from a lot in the businesses in the community, and they are recovering, and they're heading in the right direction. They're putting together a chamber of commerce, which they haven't had in the past, and I think these are all great steps forward for them. But this is basically to whether something's gone up 6 times or 7 times or 10 times, again, it's just too big of a bite. When this referral is basically asking to make that half of that, and then we'll go back and have some discussions with Public Works on how to adjust this here for the future to make sure that the businesses can handle these increases. And that's basically a background onto it. I would ask the board to consider this like it did for the residential rates into a community that is basically still recovering from pretty substantial losses.
Supervisor Alejo?
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up on the comment that Supervisor Church made. Randy, is that what most of those businesses are seeing? Does it vary? And why would it go up 10 times the amount? And did we estimate that would happen to those businesses?
Excellent question, Supervisor Alejo. What has changed as part of the rate process is that we also made a standard which is generally accepted as the industry standard for what's considered fair under the California Constitution, Article 13D. And we have special district staff who can help provide additional detail beyond what the staff member can articulate at this moment. However, in general, all the customers were moved towards what's considered fair standard, which is the fair share usage, and that's based on water rates. So when the water rate information was provided, our specialized consultants reviewed that using the same process they did for many of their other clientele, which are similar in terms of being sewer districts or sanitation districts. So applies that methodology and looking at the water usage as well as what's called the high strength factor for those that contribute high strength. That is those that generate the waste that the City of Watsonville wastewater treatment plant needs to expend more resources to properly treat. And that's applicable to those high strength customers, which are generally the restaurants, as well as some of the businesses. And so when everyone was moved towards that universal standard and that modifier, the high strength factor applied to just the ones who generate that higher strength waste, it does change the rate for that individual customer. It is difficult to calculate how much of a change that is, because we've gone from what's essentially a former rate structure that residences were contributing more payment to the system than the businesses were, and so now it's made right-sized and appropriate based on that proper and equivalent usage, which generates that metric called the equivalent dwelling unit, which is a household that uses that amount of water and then applied across the board to all the businesses based on their water usage. So that's the reason why the rates had changed so much for those individual businesses.
Great. So thank you for that excellent answer. So some businesses may be twice as much, some may 10, depending on how much water they're using and therefore how much water they're putting back into the sewage system.
That is correct.
Got it. So it depends on the business that you can have the 10 times if they're using large amounts of water. Okay, I understand that better. So this would be to mitigate it for a year and then look at it.
Yeah,
At some point, I don't know if the businesses also have to look at how to be more efficient on water. You know, we were talking about earlier with Chris about some of the farms over the years have had to transition to more efficient systems of water for agriculture. I don't know if some of these, that's even a part of something that can be done just to reduce some of that cost for themselves.
I think this is going to be something that to discuss a little bit. I mean, I know one of the businesses there, which hope I'm relaying this as I understand it correctly, but the market there sells water out to the community. So, you know, they're being charged for that water. And their rates, I believe, went up about 10 times. They're being charged for that water, but that water's not actually coming back. They're not the one putting the water back in. And whether it's going into the community there, which it probably is, it is getting back in, but it's getting back in as residential water while it's being pulled out as commercial. So I think, you know, there might be a few bugs to be looking at onto here too to consider. And where it turns out, you know, my goal is hoping that whatever we can work out here, it's going to be similar to the residential and that it's comparable to Watsonville and to the neighboring communities so that there isn't a heavy burden upon those businesses, which are struggling somewhat to get by.
Yeah. Well, maybe there's some exemptions that can be more adjustments made for certain types of businesses. But essentially that is tap water that's available to everybody. They're just adding some extra filtering to it.
Yeah.
But nonetheless, it's important to the community. Okay, I'm favorable to it. You know, some more adjustment that has to happen here, but I think there's a good argument, the fact that it's still not so far away from when the flooding occurred. Thank you.
Supervisor Askew.
Yep. This was on our budget committee agenda yesterday. We rushed our way through it because we were tight on time, knowing that it would be in front of us today. Some of the questions that we had yesterday, I know there's a listing of all the different businesses that were included. It seems like there's a pretty wide variety, you know, ranging from like some small churches and nonprofits to like really large, firms that, where some of them it's going to be a really significant hit to their ability to pay versus others where it seems like maybe a drop in the bucket compared to their total budget. So just wondering, we're not talking about a huge amount of money when we're looking at $200,000, and I'm assuming that the cost of trying to do a more needs-based allocation of funds would cost more maybe than it is worth. The cost benefit of that wouldn't be worth it. So that was one question. Another question was the ongoing need for subsidy and sort of what happens after this allocation of funds into future years and the ability of the community to continue paying. We're not really in a position to be able to provide ongoing subsidy. We've got many sort of districts and places where we're trying to figure out how do we help communities pay their bills. And I unfortunately can't do that everywhere where the need is great. But those were two of my sort of immediate questions as we looked at this. And then the third, and I think we have information about the contingency dollars that are available for us right now. But those would be the first three questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Those are all excellent and very perspicacious questions, Supervisor Rudascu. Taking them in order, with regards to the first part of the question as it relates to the time and the ask in terms of its amount. Staff did look at the investment of time to further explore it and to go back through the rate ordinance process. Under California law, under Prop 218, in order to make an immediate adjustment of rates, if you're going to adjust one component of the rate ordinance, you have to do the process all over again. So in terms of timing, that did not work well, and the expenditure needed with the consultants to come in once again would be quite a large number, at least as much as it was previously, and so that would make the ask even greater. That all said, and pairing on to Supervisor Alejo's second question regarding looking forward and what we'll summarize as methods of relief and ways to fine-tune things on the business customers' ends, there is a provision in the rate ordinance that allows a business customer, if they, or actually it applies to all customers, but in this case specifically to business customers, if they do contest their rates or don't agree with their rates, then there is a provision in there that allows them to meet with us, confer, show their data as compared to the county's data, and to have that dialogue and conversation in order to appeal that particular fee. We had a couple customers at this point in time reach out to us and state that they have data that would fine-tune their waste contribution, both in terms of high strength and a wastewater flow directly into the system. So those are adjustments that could be made for those individual customers should they present data that is considered sufficient in terms of the process. And then the other, to finish the first question you had, Supervisor Rudascu, in terms of timing, the goal was to try to beat or at least be along the same timelines as when the second tranche of the taxes are due. As the board recalls, the rates used to be collected through the use of M1W. However, everyone in the area has moved towards putting these onto the tax rolls, and so the customers are seeing the bills on the tax rolls. Since the second tranche is due here in the month of April, it would be very ideal if the rebate could be applied to them as the bill is coming due. With regards to the second question,
and they might need that. How long are we looking at needing to subsidize? And I know we talked about that with our residential customers, and I'm just sort of guessing that this isn't a one-time ask, I guess is where I'm getting at.
Very good points, and thank you for the reminder on question number 2. And as a reminder for the public and for the board, with the passage of the 5-year rate structure, it is predicated on a subsidy through the course of a majority of the 5 years from the board as it is, and so that's something that is being looked at annually as part of the budget process. So there is a subsidy amount. It varies with time. It decreases over time with each of the years, but nevertheless, and to your point, there is a subsidy that's being requested just generally for the current fees as which they are. Then with regards to question number 3, as stated in the report, at the time of the writing of the report, our general fund contingencies for the county were approximately $7.9 million. Should this ask be fulfilled, that would reduce the general fund contingencies at this time to approximately $7.7 million. All
right, any questions there? All right, we're going to go to the public real quick on this one, see if there's any public input on this item. I see nobody in room.
Somebody, yeah. German Lamas.
German Lamas?
Yes, hello. Good afternoon to the board, and thank you, Supervisor Church, for submitting this referral. I'm calling from on behalf of Pajaro Food Center, the grocery store in Pajaro. Yes, our rates have gone almost 10 times, and this will only increase. What's hard to stomach is that our rates are, significantly higher than in Watsonville. The laundromat across the street, their rates that they would be paying in Watsonville would be half that they're paying now. They're going to be paying $51,662.32 in sewage rates. And in Watsonville, using the exact same usage, they'd be paying around $20,000. And it will only go up by year 5. Those rates would be almost $80,000 for them. And this is a laundromat that has been in Pajaro for many decades. So there's a lot of established businesses that, took advantage of the favorable commercial rates. And I think doing away with those rates is something that we did not foresee. And now we're just being classified using a structure, that's being used for residential units. And that's what has made this increase for us seem unjust when, down the bridge, we'd be paying a lot less. So thank you guys for your time, and I hope a resolution could be had because it is something very hard to stomach.
Good one. Any other hands? All right, seeing none, we're going to close public comment, bring it back. I'll just state I'm supportive of this today, but like my colleagues, I need to know that we're going to work on a strategy over time, because I think the larger issue here is that there's a smaller amount of ratepayers paying for a system that has a cost to operate. And so a plan to wean off the subsidy is what I'm looking for in the long term or in the medium term. But I'm happy to support this today as laid out. I don't know, Supervisor Daniels, you're the only other one that hasn't spoken on this yet. Any thoughts? All right, then with that, Supervisor Church.
Yeah, just on, before I make a motion to approve this and everything, and I agree, that's, the direction we need to go here. Listening to what you said there, Randy, that there is, there is an avenue for these businesses to appeal, and that might be a way, we're not talking about a whole lot of businesses, 35 or something like that through there. It might be a way in which, my office and Public Works can sit down and look at some of these, and some of these may not realize they have that option. And it may not help everybody out, but it may help some of them out. But that's one of the steps there for the long run while we look at it. So, with that, I would like to make a motion to approve this. It stands here, and just we'll go ahead and take a look at the future, what we can do.
I'll second. And I did just want to add, though, that laundromat, if anybody goes during the week or on weekends, it's heavily utilized. So some of those are critical services for workers, not only for their clothes, but their work clothes, to not expose their families, because working on the fields, they bring chemicals and dust that they don't want to keep at home or mix with their children's clothing. So all those things are tied to the public safety and public health. So I want to make sure that we recognize that those businesses are critical. And I think there was a valid point raised, when you compare it to similar business just like on the other side of the river. I think that should be a fair part of our analysis as well. Certainly, I think that intent was never to drive these businesses out of business. But I think that's part of what Supervisor Lopez just said in terms of finding a process that works, but also that we could find these fairness for some of these businesses as well.
All right, with that, I have a motion and a second. See no additional comments or questions. I'll go ahead and ask for all those in favor to signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Any abstentions? The motion carries. Thank you, Randy.
Thank you all very much.
All right, with that, I'm going to go to our CAO to see if she has any comments today.
Yes, keeping in mind with the resolution that was approved this morning for the public defender, today we're actually highlighting some of the work by the public defender within this fiscal year. The first is the second annual Clean Slate Day was held on June 28th of last year, and they were able to assist 400 people in locations including Salinas, Greenfield, and Monterey. They were staffed with 40 volunteers from the public defender's office, including attorneys, legal support, and social workers. And they were very successful in providing free legal services to clear past criminal records and giving a real future to our community members. In addition, the public defender was awarded a grant as lead agency for cohort 4 in the amount of $8,400,000. which will provide services through nonprofit and governmental agencies throughout the county for the next 3 years. The emphasis on the services are identified for currently underserved areas in Monterey County. Care Court was launched in December 2024. The public defender provides an attorney in the courtroom who is skilled in the practice of conservatorships, probate, mental health, and to best serve the clients in need of specialized services. The public defender also has 10 social worker interns supervised by the psychiatric social worker that further assist clients that are facing extraordinary challenges in their daily lives. And lastly, the department is involved in volunteer activities, and they include Dorothy's Kitchen, Adopt a Family in December, First Night Out, Law Day, Career Days, Job Fairs, and attorney serves in the Sheriff's Search and Rescue Team. Read a book at local emergency schools, and teaching Monterey College of Law, Monterey Peninsula College, Hartnell College, and the Naval Postgraduate School. So all of that work by our Public Defender's Office.
All right. With that, we're going to go to board comments. Make eye contact. You go first. Supervisor Daniels, you're up.
I'm getting the hang of it now. So I don't have anything to report that's up. Well, I do. At 27th, I don't have this on my list, but you all have heard about the flooding in Carmel Valley off the Carmel River. And so we are having a community meeting for the community that is the Paso Hondo neighborhood, as well as other village communities in the Carmel Valley Village that have experienced flooding. That's coming up on the 27th at the Carmel Valley Community Center in the evening. And I'll be there with the Monterey County Water Resources Agency and the Monterey Peninsula Water Management District and the Park District and others. So looking forward to that. I did get a chance this last week to speak for the first time as a county supervisor to the Carmel Valley Association, where we talked about many the ways in which the Carmel Valley Master Plan intersects with life in Carmel Valley. And I got out to Kashawa, which is one of our more rural communities in Carmel Valley, and had a meeting where I'm sure some of these issues are familiar to folks on this dais, such as Supervisor Church. We talked about illegal dumping. We talked about road conditions, fuel mitigation, short-term rentals, among other things. I did get to go to the Monterey County Hospitality Association's 50-year annual awards dinner, and that was really lovely because we brought the resolutions from the Board of Supervisors to Ted Balistreri, who got the Lifetime Achievement Award, and the Hospitality Professional of the Year, Sabu Sheikh Jr. And then perhaps what might have been, I think, the most special thing that happened last week was I got to go to a lunch that was hosted by the Esalen tribe. And I thought I was just sort of going to be amongst a bunch of different entities, such as folks from state parks and different, the preserve and others, but it was an opportunity to invite me as the new supervisor, and the lunch was for me in many ways, and that was really, really special. And the fact that it was at Rana Creek Ranch is also special because Supervisor Lopez and I share this stretch of land, and it connects the Carmel Valley to the Salinas Valley. And the fact that this was this now is publicly acquired and is part of the land back movement, it has real potential to connect our communities in ways that we haven't ever really done before. And so I hope that there's going to be a future opportunity for residents of the Salinas Valley to have public access through that preserve. And it's just really exciting stuff. And I was just really honored to be amongst everyone who was at their lunch, and really grateful to the Esalen tribe. And I look forward to working with them a lot in the future. That's all I got.
All right, Supervisor Church.
All right. Don't have a whole lot to going over this next week, but I did want to report back on, had my a town hall for Oak Hills last week, and we usually bring in some people from the county and elsewhere. We had North County Fire and CHP and the sheriff, and a couple of representatives from Public Works, Facilities and Parks. And it wasn't just about the Moss Landing fire discussion there. It was actually spilled onto a lot of different issues, but very positive, extremely positive group. And it was also the 50 people that were there from that community were very thankful for the work the county's done through the issue with Moss Landing and on other things. So it's always good to get that feedback, as we did today from the crowd here, that that we're walking down the right path. Also went to this last Saturday. They're out at by the train station. There was a food truck gathering that was put together. It was apparently really successful. I figured I was going to go in about 4, but I got in about 6. And unfortunately, most of the food was gone. There was a huge line for one or two other trucks that were there, and I guess they're, going to attempt to do it on a pretty regular basis, but that's really great. I'll try to get a little earlier next time so I actually have something to eat, but at least got to go downtown and eat down there. So that was just really great to see how successful that was and all the people that were there. And that's really about it.
Supervisor Alejo?
Yes, first of all, to Supervisor Daniel, that was a great hospitality awards dinner. I enjoyed it. And there was a lot of people there, and great recognition for Ted Balistreri and Sabu Sheikh, for sure. And great that you were able to present the award, the recognition for the 50th anniversary of the Hospitality Association. I also want to thank everybody, all our partners who are involved for the Seaside Immigration Forum. Tomorrow we are with Supervisor Askew and PK Diffendaw, the superintendent of Monterey Peninsula Unified School District at Seaside High School. So that would be the last of our 4 immigration forums. On top of that, I also, as Second Vice President of CSAC, pushed them to do a 3-series webinar on immigration, and we had our first last Wednesday where I was able to make introductory remarks. The second one, which is focusing on executive orders and litigation in partnership with our County Councils Association president, will be on March 26th from 10:30 to 11:30, and all supervisors and all county staff are invited to join these for free. You just have to register. And the third one, I think, will happen in April sometime. And the last thing I wanted to mention was that last Saturday I was able to attend the 40th anniversary commemoration of the Watsonville cannery strikes that took place from 1985 to 1987, when my hometown was known as a frozen food capital of the world. But over 1,000, mostly women, mostly Mexican women, went on strike for over 18 months. They endured so much hardship. But they never broke their solidarity once. They stuck together. They fought back against injustice, and they really set an example for the community to stand up for what's right and stand up to create a better future for the families in Watsonville. And some of those strikers were not only from the city of Watsonville, they were from the North Monterey County side, right? And so I was able to present that recognition, but many of the women who are still with us really enjoyed being recognized, and it was part of the Watsonville Film Festival. They had a series of events where all these women were recognized for their courage, their leadership, and really setting an example what it means to stick together when they're trying to slash your wages and your benefits so unjustly. And so many of these women were mentors of mine, like Gloria Betancourt, Reina Guzman, Paula Hernandez. These were all women, as a young community organizer, reached out and played an inspirational role in my life. And so I was glad to be able to go there and to thank them for for teaching us what it means to standing up for social and economic justice for communities. Thank you.
Supervisor Askew.
Thank you. Let's see here. So my team was able to attend the Montage Health annual conference event, which doubled as a farewell to Dr. Packard, who's retiring, and an introduction to Dr. Michael McDermott, who will be assuming the role of CEO later this month. So big welcome, and I think we'll look forward to, I think everyone will look forward to welcoming Dr. McDermott. And then I wanted to thank Randy Ishii for joining us last week on our Wednesdays with Wendy series to discuss public works, facilities, and parks. The recording of our conversation is available on our website, and it was a great conversation. We talked about, you'd think, in District 4, where we have 5 incorporated cities, we don't have a ton to talk about when it comes to the work that happens with Monterey County facilities, parks, and roads, but there was lots to talk about. It was a great conversation, so thank you very much for joining us. And then I was just going to announce the Immigration Forum, Know Your Rights Forum at Seaside High School tomorrow, 5 to 6 p.m. It will be in Spanish with English translation, and as well as a live stream on Monterey County's Facebook and YouTube channels with many community resources available. And we will continue to do outreach in the community, reaching folks where they're at in the communities where they feel safest. So thanks again to everyone who's coming together to meet people where they're at. I will also mention that appreciation to our congressional leaders who are continuing to host town hall events and encourage folks to tune in when you hear about those available. There's a lot of information being provided, and I think just as we continue to assess the threats to local funding, be it direct dollars that come to the county or direct dollars that are flowing into our community and our county, whether it's directly through the county or through other partner agencies or directly through federal dollars to our residents. I think there really are, we're going to have to brace ourselves for some impacts and find the ways that the county can best prepare to defend the services that people rely on, and we've got some hard times ahead. So I had the opportunity to spend time with 100 city and county leaders this weekend at the Civic Well Conference, and there were some really difficult conversations that were held, but we were given the opportunity to sit with former EPA and FEMA directors who shared very openly what their fears are and their advice for us. So I'll be looking forward to having some additional conversations with our county team about some of the notes that I'm bringing home with me. So, but having said all that, I'm headed to Sacramento now, following we talked to me with Chris. I'm headed to lobby with a transportation agency for Monterey County as our board chair for that agency tomorrow, and then I'll be sitting with the Cal LAFCO team later this week as we look at recruiting for a new director for that agency. So I'll be all over the place, and then we'll reconvene and keep working. So I'll see you all next week.
And I'll share, I'll be headed up to Sacramento tonight. I've got a meeting early tomorrow morning on Kohler, which is the carrier of last resort, as certain companies continue to seek the opportunity to cut off our communities in terms of copper lines. We continue to resist that as the state considers that legislation again. So tomorrow morning we're meeting with AT&T and some of their folks up in Sacramento to look at what their proposals may be. So that'll be the work I'm doing tomorrow up in Sacramento. I want to share my gratitude with Randy Issue, who joined us this weekend down in Ranchita Canyon, where we had a great session with the community. Most folks don't know where Ranchita Canyon is. It's out near Parkfield, kind of out in the middle of nowhere on the eastern side. But those folks are an incredible bunch of engaged folks who have one desire, which is improved roads. So it was great to have Randy there with us to take the feedback and be able to give them some realistic responses to the questions they were asking, and they were just greatly appreciative that we showed up. So thank you, Randy, for joining me for that. I also want to congratulate the Rotary of Soledad, who yesterday held their annual St. Patrick's Day dinner, which was a reverse draw, sold over 200 tickets. It was great to be with community last night in a packed house at the gym there as they held that annual event and pulled it off in great fashion. The work that we do is so critical, and it's just so fun to see when things actually come together and get completed. And so I want to thank our public works crews over the last few weeks. We know we've had some rains, and I've seen a lot of potholes pop up. No need to make a phone call. When I drive by them the next day, they're filled in. Right? The basic work of government is happening thanks to the men and women who show up every single day, who, like all of us, want to accomplish the job of keeping the community safe. So I want to just say thank you to our folks who continue to show up every single day and do the meaningful work that at the end is what really matters to our constituencies. I want them to know that through this board, it does not go unnoticed, and it is truly appreciated. I've seen compliments to the tree work happening out along Carmel Valley Road, folks talking about not just the basic work, but the extended work that the team's done over the last few years, starting to really have an impact on community safety. With that, we did lose a life the other night on Highway 101, just near Soledad, and want to continue to remind folks to drive safely. The freeways, especially when wet, can be a very dangerous place, and remind folks to, it seems so basic, but use your seatbelts. It was a shame to lose a local life because choice was made not to use a seatbelt, and so I want to encourage folks to do that. My last two, I want to also commend Supervisor Daniels and the MCHA for the beautiful event that was pulled off on Friday. It was fun to be there and see so many friends I hadn't seen in a long time, and it was incredible to honor Ted Ballesteri and to hear about all the history and Man, he's a firecracker up on stage, shared some great stories, and we all shared some incredible laughs, including some great digs at Leon Panetta. So I really enjoyed that. Then lastly, I'll share that Friday I had the honor of sitting in on the change of command ceremony for the cadets of Greenfield. They were the California cadets, and it was an impressive field demonstration of marching, and they carried on the traditions of typically it's Army installation, change of command, with explanation to the community. That program has grown from about 16 students to 170 students. So to be able to sit out on a cold, windy, rainy field and have those students perform even in that scenario was extremely impressive. So I want to congratulate them. And one I forgot, final note, Panda Express opened in South County. We got our first Panda Express today. So they had their grand opening this morning, and I couldn't be there because I was with all of you, but congratulations to them. And on that Panda Express note, I'm going to turn to County Council and see if we have anything to report out of closed session.
No reportable action from either the Board of Supervisors or the Water Resources Agency.
And with that,
Mr. Chair, before Randy goes, Randy, thank you for being everywhere, but I wanted to say how impressed I was with him today, not only being the Director of Public Works, but he sounded like he works in the County Council's office, explaining the appeals process and everything. So job well done, Randy. Your work is appreciated.
For those,
he wasn't in at the Oak Hills. So.
That's right. I had him. So with that deep appreciation to Randy and his team, we're going to adjourn both the Board of Supervisors and the Board of Supervisors with Monterey County Water Resource Agency. Thank you all.